Spoon to get your information. Toto Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, Spoon, Spoon Television. Spoon, Spoon, Spoon Radio Station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
You want to get a news update, to spoon.
What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got today?
The old stand coming with the spoon, and your boy right at the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
Toto Spoon to get your information. Toto Spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, Spoon, Spoon Television. Spoon, Spoon, Spoon Radio Station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat kepa, graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
You want to get a news update, to spoon.
What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon
Skidibidibidabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kua. Bese kua, go to there.
From the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the Southern Band. George James on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia.
Monrovia,
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa.
Africa.
Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape Town, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon.
You want to get a news update? Tunto Spoon.
What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon.
Besetu.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Ba. Skidibidi dabado.
From the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, right at the Southern Band. George James on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia.
Monrovia,
It's yet another day, a pleasant way to say welcome
Africa.
to One-on-One with the CEO.
Just to spoon, you will know.
The wise word coming in says,
Children crying.
the key to growth is the introduction of higher dimensions of consciousness
My brother,
into our awareness. Wherever you are,
know what is happening in Monrovia.
it's upon you to do the honorable thing.
They want to make their decision, just to spoon.
To tune in to Spoon 107.5, Fabric 101.1, and Super 95.5, live on Spoon TV, on the social media,
To spoon.
for the program One-on-One with the CEO.
Yeah.
And today's edition, the former Minister of Information, Culture Affairs and Tourism of the Republic of Liberia will be here on the hot seat.
To spoon.
Mr. Louis Brown will be here.
Keep on cringing.
Kev Hassan is on the other end. James Goode Flomo,
You got a Spoon
the CEO, will be joining in subsequent time. My name is Rufus Divine Cannon, your sound coordinator for tonight's presentation. Before much I do, Kev and James, is all to you.
I'm not Kev. What's going on?
Kev was just in, and you just
Kev came on?
like Kev left you. Kim was he was actually on.
Yeah, Kev and the rest of the guys supposed to come on after Louis Brown. But anyway, I will call Kev. I will call him. I think the team's supposed to come to do all post Louis Brown conversation. But I don't know whether Kev want to join the conversation. I will call him. But we're glad to have Louis Brown tonight, the ambassador Louis Brown, and we'll be calling, bringing him on shortly to discuss. Something happened today, folks. Something happened. President George Minor went for Louis Brown jugular vein. He went for that vein like a bloodsucker vampire. Rufus, I don't know where you were today. Something happened in fucking Clown Church. The president went for this vein. And if anybody attacked this vein, you see right here? That's trouble. The vein connects to your brain, your heart, your lower and upper extremities. The president had nowhere else to go but to go for this vein, both left and right jugular vein. The president said, I want to strangulate him. I want to hear him say, I can't breathe, I can't breathe. That's what the president did today. So let's just welcome our folks. Let's welcome everybody, because today will be, and I've asked for 2 hours. Am I yelling though? My wife said I'm screaming like I'm happy that Louis Brown is coming on. Am I screaming, guys? Rufus, am I?
The woman says screaming. Who am I to say
you are? You are.
The woman says screaming. Who am I to say you not?
I dare you say I'm not. You're being wahala. Yeah, man. But I'm glad to have the ambassador Louis Brown. We got a lot to talk about, and I will ask you guys, please. I know you have another segment. Just give us 2 hours of the show time. We got a lot to talk about. Mr. Cummings, we saw him distributing bags. Mr. Cummings got some program coming up, that which was signed by the Chief of Staff, Mariah Yakula, to name some of his guys that will be surrounding him during this process of the election. And we're also going to talk about the national issue concerning rights and the international issue. Then we're going to talk about Ambassador Louis Brown. One of the things the president hold Louis Brown on is his vote at the United Nations. His vote at the United Nations. And also, we heard that Louis Brown, he and Amara Conan negotiated for President George Minor in Europe. When the president came up to the scene, we want to dig up all this little yama. But who best to talk to? Folks, welcome to the Spoon Talk 101 edition with the CEO. The team going to be joining me later. We want to say welcome you, Tiola Gibson. We welcome you, Vera Wallace. We're going to welcome you, Lamin Fambula, Buster Wilson, Ella B. Spies. Welcome. Abasi Morris, Helen Jube, come on, Otero Swat. Let's just welcome everyone. James, Rufus, let's share the video. Let's invite our friends. We got about 1 more minute before we can bring Louis Brown on. And we're going to this Facebook user, as always, welcome. We got a wonderful show for you. We printed some stuff for you guys. We will be showing it to you. It will be on our page. And I also hear, where James going? James run away again. A lot of stuff we have here we'll be sharing with you guys. So talk to me. What's happening in Liberia today, Rufus? What's going on?
Well, basically, we had the opportunity to go in the county, most especially, precisely, we say Nimba County. Road works are being done. There are a lot of things unfolding in Nimba that the folks need to know about. You hear people talking about Nimba is actually rapidly developing. Yes, indeed, it's true, but there are a lot of shortcomings along the way when it comes to the road works. Basically, it is terrible going towards the Sakli PAN, Sani Koli as well. The road condition is very bad. And the issue about rice, it's not just Montserrat, it's just all over the country. You're interested to know that the price of gasoline is quite different from what is on that side. You have gasoline here being sold can buy, we say 750, 790, but on that side, you have them selling gas at the rate of $970. You have them selling gas at the rate of 950. It's
Wow.
kind of troubling for people on that side. Yeah.
So that's the rest issue all over. It's not only a Maserati issue. It's
It's not
all
only
over in
Maserati,
it's all
it's
over
just
in
all over.
Liberia. Wow. So
Oh, yes.
let me bring in Ambassador Brown, who is patiently waiting for almost 12 minutes now, or you can say 15 minutes. Let's bring Ambassador Brown that we can have some good conversation. I appreciate you, Rufus. Uh, we know you're going to be standing by listening, and we'll call you in once we get to the question, if we allow to ask take some questions from our audience. Okay.
So,
All right. All right. Uh, uh Lord. Rufus, you guys got to. Okay. I don't like to see this thing on Ambassador Brown. Welcome to the Spoon Talk. It's good to have you. Thank you for joining us today. Can you unmute? Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you make
Is it
some
good enough?
Can you make some adjustment of your camera?
Let me see.
It was better first. You just needed to just position yourself in the middle. You were better
Oh,
first. Yeah. It's good like that. There you go. We just there you go. We fine.
okay. I'm happy to be with you today, Mr. Witherspoon, and your crew. I thank you for the opportunity. I, I think Spoon Talk continues to do a good bit of job for the country to give people an opportunity to be heard and to get multiple views about things that are ongoing in the country. So the opportunity to be with you is always one that I cherish. So thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador Brown. And again, I will say to you though, it's an old story, but we want to say thank you for all you do for our country, Liberia, serving internationally and nationally likewise. We will be speaking from different side of the eye, but we have a common purpose, a common goal. Liberia first, and Liberia should always remain better for everyone. So it's good to have you, and let's get into the conversation. Let me give me your intro. I know we're gonna. The reason why this was a short notice is because of what the president said today at his church, the Folkley Crown Church. We will be playing that clip, but just talk to me, a section of the clip being played. Uh, your thoughts on the current situation in the country.
Disappointing. One word. Disappointing. Comes to mind. Um, by the performance of the president, which he even highlighted today. Late this evening, it was brought to my attention by family and friends, both at home and across the diaspora, that the president had used today the opportunity of his preaching in his church to, I think he described it, come after my jugular vein. You know, if this was not serious, it would be funny. It was shameful, frankly, after I watched I guess it was more than half an hour of the president claiming to be preaching the word of God and to use the pulpit, the altar of the God we serve, to spew out, in my mind, hate and lies, from the high office of the Liberian presidency, I feel the president is scared. I think the president understands he's going to be a one-term president. I think the president understands he will lose in 2023. And I think the president, they claim that I'm a nobody. They've tried to characterize me, mischaracterize me, I should say. I've taken all of that as part of politics. When people have nothing substantive to discuss, then they waste everybody's time on homonym. So it doesn't, in a way I am concerned. Family and friends expressed deep concern to me that they thought the president was actually using the altar to threaten me. But I'm not easily threatened, Mr. President. He claims he listened to all these broadcasts and he monitors Facebook. I wish the president would get busy to do the Liberian people work, the work for which he was elected, rather than spending his time listening to and following posts on Facebook and lying on his opponents. My only sin, if any, in the eyes of the president is that I endorse the person I believe to be a better, more qualified leader to take us out of the difficulties that the Liberian people are finding themselves. Just before I came on, your co-host based here was telling you about the situation in the country. It is worsening by the day. The president is absolutely clueless. He has no idea how to address it. And so what he's doing is trying to go after individuals like me who have decided that I will spend the next year, if God gives me the strength to do so, in opposition to him, trying to help to rescue our country from a guy who simply doesn't know what he's doing. This job is just too big for the president. He has no idea how to get us out of the difficulty. He has no clue how we got here and how to get us out of here. He's spending his time listening to gossips about who likes him, who doesn't like him. And he unfortunately brings the reputation of the office of president, standing in the sight of God, in a sanctuary, and spewing all lies that I intend to address today, and use some of his officials as witnesses that the president actually lied. And to have done that from the altar of a church, it's simply disgraceful. And frankly, if this was not serious, it would be funny. For a president to do this, a president turned preacher, I should say, to do this to the country, for the guy who should be securing us to be threatening us, for the guy who's supposed to be talking about how Liberian people will find rice tomorrow morning, is talking about how he enjoyed his birthday in a sermon to Liberians, and he arrived saying warehouses were full of rice and opposition people were the ones spewing out falsehoods in the street, and rice were all over the street. This president is disconnected. He doesn't understand what people are feeling every day. He doesn't understand what the people who voted for him are feeling every day, from market women to keke riders, to pempen riders, to young Liberians who were bursting with hope that in this other young Liberian who grew up from economically depressed community that many are now wallowing in, will come a level of understanding to lead this country in the right direction. Unfortunately, this is where we are. And this is why I have committed my time, my energy to ensuring President Weah does not get re-elected in 2023. And he knows it. He knows I don't say what I don't mean. and I mean what I say. And I'm going to do all that I can to get Mr. Alexander Cummings elected, because he's a better man. He's a more decent man. He will represent our presidency in a better way than President Weah has ever done. Our country is a laughing stock out there in the world. We don't understand it. We trivialize it. We think it is not important. But these things amount to how we even try to create jobs in Liberia. If our international reputation continues to be smeared as it is under President Weah, we are looking not to create jobs here. We're looking not to reduce food prices here. We are looking to only increase the economic hardship that too many families are already suffering. So I don't hate President Weah. He can try to paint me into someone who hates him. I don't. President Weah and I are friends. Like he said today, yes, we play old-timer football together. He nicknamed me from our football days. I do not hate President Weah, but Liberia needs to be rescued. He cannot lead us. He has not been a leader. He is not a leader. And if we continue with President Weah, we only show that we do not love our country. And I love this country.
Okay. Ambassador Brown, thank you very much. Let's get into the discussion for today, sir. And seriously, we will talk about the rest issue. We'll talk about Mr. Cummings. We'll talk about the situation that we heard our producer say, Rufus. He just came back from Ganta, Nimba. We're going to discuss all of those issues, but let's talk about, at some point through your political life, prior to George Manneh Weah coming into the scene, you ever supported him? You ever try to talk to folks? We receive information as of today that you and Amara Conan went to Europe to speak to European partners to accept then George Manneh Weah, that he will be the better candidate for Liberia, a better president. Is that information true?
That is not true. And you can ask Amara Conan about that. Amara Conan and I have never been to Europe to discuss President Weah or to introduce President Weah to any partner in Europe. That is totally, utterly false. There is absolutely no truth in that. And you can call up Mr. Amara Conan. I understand he's in Liberia. I have not seen him yet. I hope to see him before he leaves. He's a good friend of mine, but he will not lie for me. You can ask him. I don't know who gave you that. Who gave you that information? They lied.
But you know, when folks hear that you're coming on Spoon, they send information. But have you ever met Amara Conan in New York?
Yes, but New York is not Europe.
That I'm going to set this up to the way into Europe. So, okay. I mean, that's why we have sufficient time. You met Amara Conan in New York. You guys ever discuss President George Manneh Weah? Why in New York?
Amara Conan met me in New York.
Okay.
Amara Conan was working with the World Bank, and as Liberia's permanent representative to the United Nations, he came to the United Nations and called on me. In fact, at least two times. At least two times. He was, on one of those occasions, he addressed a committee that I was chairing. And so we spoke after that. And yes, on one of his two visits, I recall, at least two visits, he had come representing the World Bank again to make a presentation on fragile states. And Amara Conan and I had the opportunity in the lobby of the United Nations after his presentation to speak about our country as Liberians outside will normally try to do.
You guys ever discuss President Weah?
What do you mean discuss?
You guys ever had a conversation concerning George Manneh Weah then?
What do you mean? We talk about everyone who was running. We talk about and that included President Weah, who was running. Amara wanted to know my position on who I thought was a better candidate for president to replace President Sirleaf.
What was your position? What did you tell Amara Kone?
That was a private conversation between Mr. Kone and I. I don't see how that can be relevant now.
Did you tell him that George Manneh he could be a better president for Liberia then?
In fact, I came to Liberia and spoke at the Monrovia City Hall. And my position at the time reflected the position of the international community. And I said to Liberians who, and you can go back and search for the news article from that speech I delivered at the Monrovia City Hall. I did say that whoever the Liberian people elect as president, the international community will support them.
You generalize
our visit, Amara's visit to the UN was not specific to President George Weah. I have no idea that it was.
Your visit, you confirm, indeed, you met him, you guys spoke. President George Manneh Weah and the rest of the candidates' name came up. And I'm asking you directly, did you tell Amara Kone that President George Manneh Weah, then President Weah, would have been a better leader for Liberia?
Amara said that to me, or you are suggesting that I said that to Mr. Kone?
I'm asking you. Was that part of your conversation?
So who was saying President Weah would be a better candidate for Liberia? Amara or I was saying that to him?
I'm asking you, did you bring the conversation up? Did you guys ever discuss concerning
Like
George
I said
Manneh
to you,
Weah?
it was a private conversation of two colleagues. Amara had worked. I've known Amara for many years when he worked as minister, beginning at Ministry of Planning and then Minister of Finance. Then I became Minister of Information. We were very good friends, still are very good friends. And when we meet, we discuss many things. At the time, it was one of the most important things happening in our country was the election. And we discussed, we must have had a conversation around the election, but who brought up President Weah, who did not bring up President Weah is a matter for memory. And Amara Kone and I had a private conversation, which by my nature, I do not intend to indulge.
And I respect that. Publicly. I really don't want to jump into your private conversation with Amara Kone.
But that appears to be the trend of your, questioning, and I don't see the relevance.
There's a relevance. There's a reason why the conversation is trending, and I'm bringing it to your attention. Okay. Was it only you and Amara Kone, or you guys invited the EU ambassador at the time? Was the meeting only between you and Amara Kone? Was the meeting only between you and Amara Kone?
Correct. Amara addressed a committee I was chairing on one of those occasions. On a second occasion that I was a member of, he was representing the World Bank, fragile states. He spoke, and after he presented, I walked him out as a former colleague. We sat in the lobby, had lunch, and just chit-chatted about many things, including our time when we worked together. There are always stories when I meet former.
The EU ambassador wasn't part of your conversation at the time.
Absolutely not. Why would the EU ambassador, unless the EU ambassador was at the UN attending a function, but why were we inviting him to chit chat about some of our experiences?
Okay, listen, you got the gist of the question, and we're gonna move on. I know we're having for.
But whoever told you that Amara Kone and I went to lobby Europeans or the EU ambassador, they're wrong. They're wrong. That's part of the problem.
Mr. Brown, you're very strong with your answer. And a lot of folks watching you right now, and it is better for us to clarify that. The conversation came up, you, Amara Kone, spoke about George Manneh Weah being a better president, and you Louis Brown, felt it was necessary that the Liberian people gave George Bernard Weah the chance after Madame Salif. And now you're saying no, it was a cross conversation, nothing serious. So now you get this information.
Let me tell you, let me tell you this, Stanton. There are many friends of mine, and they will tell you that I never bite my tongue about how I feel, but especially when it comes to our country. I never do that. And there will be, and if Mr. Conner pushes to divulge the privilege of our private conversation, he will confirm to you that I will never have brought Mr. Weah name up in that conversation. So why would I be telling unless I was trying to recruit Mr. Conner, does it make any sense that I was trying to recruit Mr. Conner in New York?
At any time, Mr. Brian, have you ever felt that President Weah would have become a better president for Liberia? At any time? Why in government?
Yeah, compared to what he's doing now?
Yeah.
Compared to what he's doing now, yes, I thought so. Okay. There was a time when I thought, because of his experiences, he would hopefully make a better president. But I was wrong. That is why I said the word that actually comes to describe how I feel is disappointment. You don't get disappointed because you don't have expectations. You actually get disappointed because you have expectation. When President Weah became president, his life story, rising from Gibraltar, from one of Liberia's depressed economically depressed community to become one of the most respected footballers in the world. I really thought it would have inspired in him some kind of leadership. But like many other Liberians, I was wrong. And this is why I'm standing up as I am today to say to the people of our country that we're all disappointed. I share in the disappointment. And I have thought President Weah would do a better job. But if you had listened to President Weah today, he did say, I said to him back in 2011, and it is true, I told him that I thought he was unfit for the office, that he did not have the requisite qualifications to lead Liberia back in 2011. He said that in his statement. He didn't say the specific date. And there was an individual in whose office we met to have that conversation because he had reached out to me and wanted to talk to me about running in 2011. And in the office of that individual, I actually said to President Weah to his face that I did not believe he was qualified enough to be president of our country. And part of his venom today and anger and threats to me, really, I believe, comes from the fact that I told him he was not fit to be president of the country. He was a good friend of mine at the time. But when it comes to the leadership of Liberia, I try to be as honest as I can because it's important to everybody's life.
Thank you, Ambassador Brown. Thank you very much for clarifying. I think folks got the message on your conversation with Amara Conner and your thoughts at the time about President George Bernard Weah. Let's move on to this situation and conversation today. At the church, I'm trying to get the clip. If you see me moving, the producer trying to bring up the clip for folks to listen. At the church today, for Crown Church, the president said this, and I think I will play from my phone. I hope you will hear it because I'm still waiting on them to upload the clip. Let me play this. The president said this concerning you. We're not hearing it. James, can you come on, please, and get the clip ready? We are not hearing the clip. The president, you listen to the clip, but the president said a lot concerning you, concerning your allegation that he sponsored rebel group. He directly engaged you on that, concerning you seeking a job to be sent to Nigeria concerning your removal when they recall you from the United Nations. So let's start with the United Nations on first. Why were you recalled from the United Nations, Ambassador Brown?
You know, Stanton, today was the first time I've had any official of the government say why I was recalled. In fact, I'm happy to finally get to know from the president's own mouth today. But then again, the president said a number of lies. And you know, I know it sounds pretty harsh and disrespectful to say the president lied. I understand that. But you know, the Chinese have a proverb. They say the beginning of wisdom is learning how to call things by their real names. And frankly, what the president did today was spew out lies. So here is one surrounding the removal. The president said, and you can play the tape. I wrote this down. He said, "We asked the man to vote for America. We asked the man to vote for America." First of all, I was named Liberia's permanent representative to the United Nations by President Sirleaf. I'm grateful to President Weah that for 7 months he kept me. He did not recall me. The authority of the president of our country constitutionally extends to recalling ambassadors. So for 7 months, he kept me in the office, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to have served my country for 7 months. Under President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, I believe the vote to which President Weah refers. If you listen to President Weah, you will assume that the foreign ministry under him instructed a particular vote, and I voted contrarily. And therefore, unfortunately, even after 5 years, President Weah does not understand how the foreign ministry works, even after 5 years of the leadership of our country. And the president, by the way, is the chief architect of foreign policy. No ambassador, let alone the ambassador to the United Nations, will vote contrary to the instruction of his government through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Point number one. So the president lied, or let's just say he doesn't understand still. And this is some of the reasons why we have to offload this heavy weight from my friend George Weah's head. He simply doesn't understand after 5 years how the government works. No ambassador, Stanton, votes on their own. A common theme at the United Nations is when you are consulting with colleagues that are requesting your vote, you invariably refer to your capital. I have forwarded that information you've requested to my capital for advice. When my capital advise, I will let you know. And therefore, ambassadors do not vote. He was joking himself. Every ambassador everywhere will laugh at President Weah today saying those words. It doesn't work like that. An ambassador does not represent himself. He represents the government and people. At the United Nations, the premier global platform where all countries, the best of all countries, come to represent the country. We do not vote. At the United Nations, people do not vote their desires, their will, their feelings. They vote on the instruction of their government. So that's point number one, where he lied. Point number two, at no time under President Weah's 7 months, the 7 months in which I was permanent representative of Liberia to the United Nations, at absolutely no time do I recall the foreign ministry instructing me to take a vote on America under President Weah, which I did not take. Absolutely ludicrous. It makes absolute, it's like somebody telling you now, Stanton, that you are wearing coat suit when you are wearing a striped gray, perhaps, and white t-shirt, and somebody telling you that they are looking at you wearing a coat suit. That's the analogy I can give you about how preposterous and ludicrous that sounds internationally, and to all ambassadors who would have listened to the president today. He made a mockery of himself. So now, perhaps the vote to which President Weah was referring, which occurred under President Sirleaf, and if President Sirleaf had some time to explain this, and part of the duties of ambassadors is not to go around explaining what the decision of your country has been. So President Sirleaf, it was a vote, perhaps he was referring to, on the state of Israel, which, as Liberia's permanent representative to the UN and chair of a committee, I visited several times, including on their day of independence. So there was this vote. The vote, I believe, to which he referred was to transfer the state, the capital of Israel from to Jerusalem.
Correct.
From Tel Aviv to Jerusalem.
Correct.
That was the vote. So it went to the United Nations Security Council. The US, of course, was supporting that decision. It went to the Security Council, and it was overwhelmingly defeated, I believe, at the time. Only the US voted for that. And then it came to the General Assembly, where Liberia was expected to cast a vote because we're not a member of the Security Council. So when it came to the General Assembly, my duty was to inform my government about the nature of the vote to be taken through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I informed the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as it was my obligation and duty to do. And the Ministry of Foreign Affairs informed the president. Now, what President Weah does not know, and perhaps does not understand, even after 5 years, regrettably, is that earlier that year in January, the African Union met at a regular summit of heads of states and government in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The Liberia was represented by President Sirleaf. The African Union resolved, all African presidents, with Liberia being represented by President Sirleaf, making the case on behalf of Liberia, reconfirming Liberia's and the African Union's commitment to what is still referred to as the two-state solution. The two-state solution for the situation in the Middle East is that Israel and the Palestine will exist side by side as two states with recognized border, and that Jerusalem, because of its holy historicity, will not be a capital for any one side. I hope your audience following me slowly on this, because
that's why we gave
international matters that people need to understand.
We would give you all the time. Go ahead.
And therefore, in recognition of that two-state solution, the two-state solution for the situation in the Middle East, the African Union, at no less than a heads of state summit, resolved that Jerusalem must not be the capital of Israel, that Tel Aviv must remain, and that both must have access. Both sides must have, because of their holy relationship to Jerusalem, both must have access to Jerusalem. That was an AU resolution to which Liberia was signatory. So when the issue came about for moving the capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, this sort of smacked the decision of the African Union in the face. And therefore, I was instructed to vote on the side of the African Union decision and resolution. By the way, it so happened that coincidentally, I was not in New York. I was in Monrovia consulting with the government. On that vote, I had been recalled for consultation on that vote and on other matters because it was important to Liberia. And the decision was made by the government. And my representative, someone who deputized for me during the vote, actually followed the instruction as provided from Monrovia and voted while I was in Monrovia. Now, that does not excuse me, because had I been there, my duty was to vote as directed by the government I was representing. The president said, I don't know the diplomacy, he called it. But that's what diplomacy is. And therefore, to suggest that the US will be angry with me and not with my government, to suggest that the US believed it was my singular vote when I was not even in the United States. I was back home in consultation with the government. And that is why, according to him, he fired me. It's just ludicrous. After 5 years, well, frankly, our president has learned nothing. No wonder they're performing this kind of international gaffe on the world stage. He has learned absolutely nothing.
Ambassador Brown, let's just pause for a minute and just get into this thing. So, Senator, you say you were in Monrovia, as your deputy at the time, but either way, you, Ambassador Brown, were going to do exactly what the government wanted you to do.
Instructed. That's correct.
Instructed you to do, definitely. The vote against America will, because America wanted Liberia to vote on her side. But Liberia at the time voted against the will of America. And we followed the story that Donald Trump got mad. And the president said for such reason, he asked you to stand down. He recorded you. So let's just go into the vote for a minute. And I know you will come in, Ambassador Brown. I'll pull this up for a minute because this is the General Assembly. As you can see, 128 in favor, totally against America, none against. It was 9 countries that supported America at the time. 35 other countries abstained. This is Liberia year. Liberia say yes. If you look where the L is, they vote in favor of that thing. But this is where we are. And this was your argument at the time. We did not vote against the United States. We cannot vote against the United States. Liberia and the United States are deeply bounded by history and cherished ties of ongoing friendship and partnership. We voted for the shared value of peace, international law, multilateralism, and consistent with the decision of the African Union, which was adopted by head of states in January of this year, Ambassador Louis Brown, permanent representative to the United Nations. This was your argument. You had time to explain this to the incoming president? Were you given the time to explain, give reason why the vote went that way?
Unfortunately, I am sure if you talk to many of the officials of this government, they may say otherwise publicly, but privately, one of the weaknesses of our president is that he doesn't have the aptitude or the temperament to engage in understanding how things work. Doesn't it strike you? And I don't know when I actually said that quote, but you see, the truth stands forever. So you brought this quote out without even telling me you were going to bring it out. And my explanation I provided you stays the same, because the truth is the truth is the truth. It doesn't matter when you say it. Now, if you go back to describe every vote at the United Nations, it has a name. The US was supporting the vote, but the vote was the change of capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. It was not a US vote. The US supported the vote. Yes, perhaps the US expected that Liberia will perfunctorily, because of its known support for the vote, simply cast its vote. But what Liberia would have been doing would have been to go against its own decision taken at the African Union meeting just in January.
Let me ask you a question then. You're talking about the AOU, correct?
The AU, the African Union, the OAU transformed to the African Union. Yes.
Well, all the country, part of the AU, all of them voted in favor of your vote. They voted against the president.
Look at the vote result you just posted. You will find it. Look at the vote. Some abstain. Some abstain. But some, Liberia voted.
Some voted in line with America, though. Correct?
But look at the vote. You have the record. Put it back on the screen.
No,
you will see.
I'm just asking you. It's too far away to read for our audience. My memory is fading, like I tell you, but I remember it was overwhelming. The vote was overwhelmingly defeated in favor of multilateralism. Now, perhaps I should explain what that means. Please.
And what it means is that the world will come together to tackle difficult questions. It doesn't matter how big or how strong a nation may be, but there are some challenges that the world will face that can only be resolved by working together. Now we have what is also referred to as international law, that countries unilaterally, countries on their own adapt so that they become part of the Committee of Nations, so that we set a standard around the world that not because you're so strong or because you have such a huge army that you can just unilaterally make decisions affecting other countries, such as roll your tank across another country's border and invade them. All right. So what we had, and Liberia was committed to, and I explained that led to the decision for that vote, was that multilateralism as opposed to unilateralism, meaning acting, all of us in the world acting for the common good of the world, is better than one country acting and forcing all others to accept. By the way, this two-state solution that calls for Jerusalem to be a place accessible to because of the history that will be accessible to, was not one that the AU put together. This was one that even the United States helped to work on.
So Ambassador Brown,
and has been in place for, at the time when the vote came about, it had been in place for 60 years as the basis for peace in the Middle East.
Ambassador Brown, what was your advice to the president, Madam Sirleaf? Your conversation with the foreign ministry at the time, what did you tell them?
So one of the things former officials should not do is to go about blabbering about, oh, I advise the president this way and I advise the president this other way. The simple truth everyone needs to know is, one, no ambassador votes the way they feel, and especially on such important questions. Number two, that you vote only as instructed by your capital and your government. That is as clear. If under President we are ambassadors are voting as they desire and they choose, then that's some of the reason we need to end his presidency
The
in
reason why I'm
2023.
asking, the reason why I'm asking you, Ambassador Brown, is because other country, part of the AU, voted against the resolution from the AU, but Liberia voted in favor of the resolution and took it to the General
No,
Assembly. Correct me,
we
sir.
voted against. We've actually the vote was against the capital of Israel being moved from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem.
That's what I'm saying. You're saying the same thing I'm saying.
And
At
it
the
was
AU,
an overwhelming vote of 128. Look at the result, 128 to 9.
but we are saying the same thing, Ambassador. At the AU,
Mhm.
they came up with one word. All the AU country agreed to go to the United Nations General Assembly and vote against the decision of America, correct? And that's what Liberia did. And we have this result. This is the result from that resolution: 128, 9 against, and 35 abstain. Correct. This is
Correct. And therefore the decision to move the capital of Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem was defeated by the General Assembly. And this is one of the first time you have such massive, overwhelming support by the General Assembly.
okay. So knowing very well what within the lame duck session of Madame Salif presidency, because she was going out, she was out of there. This thing took place December, January. Yeah. So I'm just gonna be straight up with you, Ambassador. Again, you will not tell Liberia your advice, your personal advice to the president or the foreign minister, but yet and still, can you Ambassador, do you think it was the right decision at the time to implement the AU decision to vote against the will of America?
You know, at the 60th anniversary celebration of the African Union, I was privileged to be in attendance in Addis Ababa. It will interest you and your audience to know that although the history of the OAU is that it was formed in Saniquili, Nimba County, Liberia name in the recount of the history of the AU was unfortunately lost. If you go to Addis Ababa today, at the AU headquarters, there is a larger than life of President Nkrumah of Ghana in the front of the African Union. One of Liberia's criticisms by colleague African countries is that we don't know if we are Americans or we are African. I sat in the hall at the African Union and here President Kenneth Kaunda and others being revered. President Nkrumah of Ghana, President Ahmed Sekou Touré of Guinea, and speakers after speakers. None I recall mentioned President Topman of Liberia. I was so moved. After the program, I went to speak with some members of the Secretariat. One of the things, and you say President Salif was a lame duck president. However you may wish to describe her, she was the president of Liberia.
No, I'm saying at the time, just for record, I'm not saying her whole, because that's what we say. She had but 1 month to go to get out of there. It was after the election.
If you have committed any crime, and I wish you never do that, but if you have committed any crime that warranted the death penalty, and President Sirleaf has signed the death warrant, nobody will say, I will not execute it because he got only 1 month in office. The president is the president until at noon on inauguration day, when they pass over that mantle of authority for leadership of our country to a second person or to another person who has been elected when the term expires or when they get defeated, as we will do with President Weah in January of 2024. We will defeat him. We will defeat, and that's why he's afraid of. George is afraid because we will beat him. And I said to you on this show, and he says he can listen to your show. We will beat him like an old drum because he has disappointed too many people who voted for him. He has disappointed this country, and his leadership has failed.
Let me ask you my next question, sir. Let's move ahead, because this is Nikki Haley, the former ambassador to the UN from America. Her position was very clear, threatening and telling countries that voting for the resolution is disrespect to US. Let me ask you this question. Did you ever receive any letter, communication from the US ambassador to the UN prior to that vote?
About what? I received many communications.
Concerning Ambassador Brian, hold on now. Concerning this resolution that Liberia voted on, the one we're talking about today. Did it directly? Yeah. Did she directly, communicated to you and asked the Liberian government not to vote against the will of America?
President Nikki Haley, when I served at the UN, was representing the United States as I was representing Liberia. President Nikki Haley took her instructions from the President and government of the United States. Just like I took, yes, in her capacity as ambassador. Just like I took my instructions from the government and president of the Republic of Liberia. Now, I should tell you, Ambassador Haley was a good colleague and friend. So much so that we spoke very regularly about common issues at the UN. The US, I should say, at the time, wrote a post, not me, wrote a post of ambassador, perhaps all of the ambassadors, representing that, in fact, they have interest in this vote and they wish countries to vote the way they will vote in favor of moving the capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. That was the vote. Move the capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. I can assure you, Liberia would have been on the bad side of history. That resolution, by the way, was defeated overwhelmingly by 128 countries. Most of the 9 countries are small island states, small island nations. I think, if I recall well, only Togo on the African continent voted. Only Togo, I think, if I recall right.
You are correct.
Can look at the vote.
You are correct. It's Togo.
Only Togo voted. And by the way, I keep making this point, my dear brother. Even if, and I'm not sure President Trump would have done that, but even if President Trump had written me to vote for moving the capital of Israel from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, who was I under obligation? Whose instruction was I under obligation to carry out?
Okay, you were under the obligation of the president of the Republic of Liberia, but again,
finally you understand that point.
No,
finally
you
understand that.
But let me ask you a question, Ambassador. You received communication from Nikki Haley, so therefore, did you take it to Madam Sirleaf? You guys discussed it through the foreign ministry. You were in Liberia at the time.
I am too responsible a person to say every bit of the conversation I've had with a president. It's never.
I understand.
But let me answer your question first.
Thank you.
And therefore, I can assure you that everything President Sirleaf and the government of Liberia needed to know to make a decision as important as that. I assure you, President Sirleaf, through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, knew about that decision. President Sirleaf is not someone who makes uninformed decisions, by the way. The time I had to serve, the privilege she offered me to serve with her, this is a thorough person. She reads, unlike President Weah, she will read every piece of document that you will send to her. She will ask all of the necessary questions before she offers a final
My
instruction
last
and
question,
direction.
then we'll go to the. Let me ask this question, then we'll go to the clip from the church this morning.
And I want to address this thing about job, by the way, because the president lied.
I
Thank
beg
you.
the guys for us to have over 2 hours, so you got enough time. We understand today.
No, because you asked me about the allegation, then you asked me about jobs, and then you asked me about removal. So we have spent all the time on the removal. So I wanted
That's why
to.
I'm trying to finish. I'm trying to finish this real quick, Ambassador Brown, on the issue of the letter. I'm going to be very direct to you. Do you think the decision by Madam Sirleaf and the government at the time, do you think it was the right decision? Will you ever advise any Liberian president to take such a decision?
Yes. I think our relationship, and like I said to you, our relationship with the United States is a good relationship. Our relationship is historical. Liberia must continue to cherish. And that's why when President Weah starts to get restricted to 25-mile radius, it's dangerous for the relationship. I think President Weah is soiling Liberia's relationship with the United States more than he wants to accuse me of doing that. By the way, I think if the United States felt strongly about Liberia's vote, they would have communicated that to President Sirleaf. And if their interest was to recall me, I'm sure they would have communicated that. I also believe that that the African Union, having communicated its resolution publicly, to which Liberia was signatory, I think Liberia would have been in a more difficult position to have gone against its own resolution that it passed. You see, what was happening to many African countries for which they did not vote for that was not just that they did not, that they themselves passed a resolution amongst themselves, but the truth is they publicized their resolution. It is as if it doesn't matter what you Africans decide or think. We now instruct that this must be done.
But I think
there was something else.
Go ahead.
I need to make this final point on this. There was something else. The world, suffered. Multilateralism suffered. When the world starts to get to a point, as we see, where a country with might can just roll across another country's border and take. It's those types of things that multilateralism tries to protect. The world must act for the benefit of the world, more as one than unilaterally because you have power and might.
But you think our relationship, though, Ambassador Brown, don't you think we have that special relationship with America?
We do.
The one that governs us traditionally, culturally, the one that above and beyond history, not about the regular diplomatic relationship other country, African country have with America. You were serving them as let me finish, sir. You were serving them as representing Liberia at the UN. And I believe that you received a communication. You took the communication to the government, to Madame herself, Madame Sirleaf. I'm not asking you what were your advice given to her, but you said yes, it was necessary that Liberia voted against the United States interest to move Israel capital from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. Don't you think that actually put you in a bad position in the country, relationship to America in the worst position?
I tell you what has worsened Liberia relationship with the United States. President, we have 5 years term. Under President Sirleaf, my dear brother, the United States will not hate you for doing what you believe is right. That's not the United States. Let's try to understand. You know, the United States will not hate you for doing what is in the best interest of your country. In fact, the United States will encourage you to do that. Did you hear about any sanctions under President Sirleaf for a vote that Liberia took? Did you ever hear about that? Today, President Weah, who claims this special relationship that he's protecting, defending for week, he said he fired me. Why was that information not given to President Sirleaf? Why was President Sirleaf, wouldn't President Sirleaf have been in an easier position to simply dismiss me because I acted on my own ultra-virus, if you want to call it that?
Well, no one will believe that you acted on your own. That would be. But
that's what the president said today. So you agreeing with me? The president lied.
I would not say I'm agreeing with you. The president lied, but in the realm of what we believe, Mr. Brown, in the realm of this thing, you, Mr. Brown, must have said something to the president, and Liberians are listening to you, to the foreign minister. A decision was made that the president acted upon through her representative at the United Nations. That's how it works. There will be no way you take upon yourself. Though, I mean, we are not stupid yet, like we say in Liberia.
Exactly. So how can the president say that after 5 years, man? How can the president say that after 5 years?
But again, Mr. Brown, what you told Madam Sirleaf,
you want me to tell you?
No, you won't tell me because it will be
come on. You. And no reasonable person would ask me to say to them what advice I give the president.
We are not asking that, but let's move ahead to the issue of the job that they say you were seeking a job, trying to go to Nigeria. Let me ask you, so you ever had the time to speak to Edwin Snow to pitch in for you that you will be sent to Nigeria?
Edwin Snow is your best friend, or at least you know him.
He was not there the last 3 weeks.
But you know him more than me. You have access to his. You got his number. You got his telephone. Let me tell you who else telephone you probably may or may not have. The foreign minister at the time was Honorable Bazanga Finley. Yes, Milton Bazanga Finley. The ECOWAS ambassador to Liberia at the time. 3 persons have called. And if the former Minister of State, I know it will be difficult for him, but if the former Minister of State wants to be truthful and you have his number, call him, ask him. The president lied. The president, I'm sorry, Liberian people, we elected a liar. This guy is two-faced. This guy is two-faced. So here's what happened. I still remember. It was around about 10:30, 11-ish. I was headed to the gym when my phone rang with a private number on it. I answered and heard this voice. Zamorano. You remember I said he nicknamed me from our Utama football playing days. That's how he used to call me.
I was about to call the name, but you called in the name now, so go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I heard Zamorano. I was shocked. I said, who is this? He said, hey, my man, Zamorano, like, man. I called him greatest money, but at the time I was stunned. So and this was the president. So I said, is this greatest? He said, yeah, my man, I mean. I said, oh, Mr. President, is this Zamorano? My man. Nigeria OPO. I want to say you there. I said, Mr. President, I'm not sure. And Stanton, at the time, you know, I don't like to blow my own horn, but at the time, I was poised to return to the United Nations in another capacity that Liberia had nothing to do with, because of the role and respectable role I played at the United Nations. I was poised to return. I was waiting to return to the United Nations when I got this call from the president. Nobody less than the president called me. I hesitated. He said, "Mama, come to me." I said, Mr. President. No, you don't know the story, but your audience don't know the story.
No, Ambassador, you will. I will bring you there. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, please.
Did you speak to anyone to pitch in for you? Yes or no?
Never.
Then you can explain yourself. Exactly. Because people are saying, and I want to give you the chance, you will clarify that story because I heard the story too. I listened to the phone call. But again, they said you send the fishing line, you pitch, you send folks. So I want you to clarify.
If you find any human being alive who will tell you that I asked President Weah or any of his official for a job, then I'm sorry.
Okay.
I have never. I've given you 3 names. Ambassador Tunde, ECOWAS ambassador. He was here for many, many years. Edwin Snow, who is our buddy. Call Edwin, you have his number. Just text him. And the former Minister of State, Nathaniel McGill. And let me tell you how I know Nathaniel McGill was involved. So the president, I gave you the 4th name, in fact, the former foreign minister of Basil Finley. He lied and couldn't even call anybody name. He lied, so he couldn't call any witness name. So after to end the call, he asked me if I didn't have his number because he didn't even know I was in town and I had not called. I said, "No, Mr. President, I don't have your number." And then he said, "Oh, but can you come to my office?" I said, "Mr. President, I'm in town. I will need time." He said, "No, man, any way you dress is okay." I said, "No, Mr. President, I respect the office of president. So I will not come as I'm dressed because I needed time to assess what I had just heard and internalize it." So I started calling a few friends. Guess what just happened? The president, I called my wife. And hers was, "Oh my God, be very, very careful. I smell a trap." And I was like, what do I do? My goodness. This was barely 2 weeks, if I recall, to the June 7th demonstration. This was barely 2 weeks to the June 7th demonstration. So I got dressed. I went to the executive mansion. I was in and when I got to the executive mansion, somebody asked me to call Mr. McGill because I was not on I said, the president had called me and said, I should come. So they gave me the number. I called Mr. McGill. Mr. McGill was out of the country. And he said, "Oh yeah, please, I'm aware of this. We had this conversation about you last night. So please he gave me the number of a secretary and said, please get to that person to go see the president. They will take you there." When I went there, the president was alighting from his office and walking to the elevator. And Foreign Minister Finley was there with him. So he said, "Oh, my man, my man, do the man thing you're sending, man." I still had not made a decision because I was torn between returning to the UN or accepting a job with the government. So I was struggling with that. The person guy would tell you, we walked to his office and he said, "My man, you need to send me your resume." I say, "Well, give me a few days, I will send it." 3-4 days later, or maybe even a week later, the person guy called me and asked me again for my resume. That's somebody who was asking for a job, looking for a job. When I left, then I started also asking around. How did I know Edwin Snow Edwin Snow had a small hand in this. I called Edwin. Edwin, President Weah called me today. What is this story about? It was Edwin, and I will wait for him to tell you what he told me on the phone. And then, based on what he told me, I called the ECOWAS ambassador. It was the ECOWAS ambassador who begged me and said, Ambassador Brown, too many qualified people like you are sitting in this town and your country is falling apart. Please, I beg you. I asked on your behalf. I said, on my behalf, he said, I told the president that qualified people like Louis Brown cannot just be sitting in a country and be running like this. So I said, what do you want me to do? He said, I beg you, please accept. I said, Ambassador, I beg you. I am not in a position to accept. He said, I beg you, please do not turn it down.
So,
Ambassador, please.
So you couldn't tell me
finish.
what you couldn't tell me. Hold on 1 minute, Ambassador Brown. You couldn't tell me what you and Edwin Snow discussed.
Because I want you to call him.
No.
Liar can say my witness file.
Ambassador, I got this story already. Well,
Okay,
I want you
good.
to explain this to the front because Edwin Snow himself told you to accept. Am I correct?
He begged me. He was begging me to accept.
Okay, so let's move on.
And I want to find out from you if Snow ever will tell you that I told him to go ask Joe, we have a job for me. Never in my life. In fact, the truth about me is that I have never asked any president, every government I serve in two governments. No government I have asked, no president I have asked for a job. Ask President Sirleaf. I've never asked. It has been presidents asking me through emissaries to join the government to serve. This is the truth. I'm not hiding it, brother. I'm simply telling you the truth. So I never, President, we are live. I never asked, and I have never
Why wasn't
asked.
you given the job? Why wasn't you given the job, sir?
So yes, what happened? Dear brother. So after about a week, President Finlay called me back. Louis, you want a job or not? We need your resume. At the time, my wife was still insistent. And I said to my wife, my house is just a stone throw away from the president's house. If I say no, I am concerned, and I'm here in this country. I am concerned about saying no to the president. Don't ask you, and you say no. So she said, okay. And after that conversation with my wife was when I sent Milton Finlay, because my wife was insistent, don't do it. Because she knew about the offer I had to return to the UN. So she said, it would be better for you to return to the UN. This thing is maturing, go for it. Leave the Liberian government job business. So that was when I sent my resume to Ambassador Finlay. By the way, I also called the current ambassador in Nigeria and asked him, are you aware that the president has made an offer for me to come to Nigeria? And he said, we had a conversation, he said what he said to me, right? After I sent the resume, June 7 came and passed. Few days after June 7, Stanton, there was a publication, at least I saw it in the Analyst newspaper, a list of former corrupt government officials. Under MICAD, first name was Louis Brown, Isaac Jackson, Norris Tware, and others listed people there. So I was shocked. I'm like, what is this about? You can't be asking me to take a job in your administration, and then you're publishing mining while I'm supposed to be waiting for the agreement. You're publishing mining as being among list of former government officials. I called the former Solicitor General, and I'm giving you names that people numbers you have. I called the former Solicitor General and asked, what is this about? I threatened to go to court. I went to see my lawyer. And then my lawyer told me, this has nothing to do with law. It has everything to do with politics. I suggest you deal with it politically. I wrote a response, and you can check the record because I published my response. A couple of weeks later, that's when I heard that, oh, in fact, the president had gone to Nigeria and has said at the Liberian embassy that the ambassador there should now hold on. I subsequently got a letter clearing my name. But I learned, and on this I will not call names for the security of those who gave me the information. I learned that all of this was first intended to forestall the June 7th demonstration by pointing out individuals that could be named to the government so that the government can look a bit more accommodating. That's what I learned. Second thing I learned was that that list was drawn up because people believed I was one of those, and those on the list were the financiers of the June 7 protest. And Mr. Costa will tell you, Mr. Dillon will tell you, the COP leadership will tell you, I had absolutely nothing to do with June 7 demonstration. Absolutely. When I finally said this to someone of stature in President Weah government, I tell you, I got a letter clearing me. But the harm had been done. And that is where the story ended about Nigeria. It was the president who called me. I never spoke to any human being alive asking them to go look for a job for me. I have never requested a job from any president under whom I've served. Every president under whom I've had the privilege of service, so I've respected my intellect and my capacity. It has been based on that they have offered me the opportunity to serve my country. And I owe them depth of gratitude. But for President Weah to lie on the altar of a church, the most sacred place in the church, he lied.
So, Ambassador Brown,
asking for a job.
Ambassador Brown, we got a lot to cover. Thank you very much. We spoke about the UNGA. We spoke about the job in Nigeria. Just to tell you the truth, once you came out and said, yes, indeed, former chief of staff to the president, he was out of the country in Abidjan, in Ivory Coast, Abidjan. It was correct. Again, yes, you make mention of West African land, you make mention of, but the issue remains that are we going to be going now to the other conversation? Except you have anything to add. Within the last 25 minutes, I'll be bringing you Sentimel and Josh and the rest of the guys who have 2 questions each to ask you. But let me ask you a question.
You have said something about allegation. I don't know what that allegation, but I heard the president. Another thing I want to react to.
Stanton. I want to play the clip, Ambassador Brown. Okay. A lot of folks didn't yet. Rufus, can you please play the clip from the pulpit? I think the church name is Fuck It Clown, right? I don't know the name of the church. The church name Fuck It Clown Church today, President Weah preach. Rufus?
Amen. That is a work that we serve in the foreign ministry in America. He said, and it's very serious, I'm going to say it, that George Weah will not go to election. Well, I want to tell you, you think he's a rebel. But other people, President, more than other people. You think of President, it pass mad. No, some people, it pass mad. I don't know why he meant that I will not go to elections. But I want to say to him, and I will call it here, Louis Brown. Louis Brown was sacked because he was out of the code of diplomacy. He doesn't know diplomacy at all. He doesn't know the difference between America and Liberia. He doesn't know our relationship with America. He doesn't know that America is our traditional partner. And that man, and he doesn't listen to leaders. That man, in the ministry, we asked that man to vote for America. He voted as in America, and that's why we sacked him. For that understanding that we in America, we have a partnership that no more.
Mr. Brown, we're going to pause. Yeah, let's pause it right there. Rufus, we'll call you back. I think we discussed this, Mr. Brown, but you want to add anything to what you just heard? Because,
Yeah, yeah, a few
Mr.
things.
Brown, hold on 1 minute. I like to play the first few words. It's important for Liberia
Correct.
to understand. Rufus, play this thing again. Play it over. That's the voice of the person we had when he was in the church today.
The same man that used to work that we serve in the foreign ministry in America, he said, and it's very serious, I'm going to say it, that George Weah will not go to the election. Well, I want to tell you, he thinks he's a rebel. But other people, they say, more than other people.
Pause it right there. Pause it right there. Oh, Mr. Ambassador Brown, please help us. You just heard President Weah will not go to election. The president said, you're a rebel, you're not crazy. Talk to us, talk to the nation tonight. Let's give you your time.
To say that this is the president of our country speaking to the country, albeit from his church. It just confirms to me that our country has fallen terribly. We are in trouble. I know some of I know people cheer. And of course, in the moment, people tend to clap for some of these things in the moment. But what I would say to our country is that we are in a very difficult place. The president needs help. This job is too big.
Did you ever say that he would not? Did you ever say that he would not be president of Liberia? Did you ever say that in your life?
Oh, I told you in 2011, he called me to ask me for my support. And I actually said to him in 2011 that I did not believe he was qualified to be president. And then some of the arguments you were making to me.
Right. So he was right on the pulpit that you said it.
No. Listen to what he said. Yes, he did say at some other point, not in this clip. He did say at some other point in the stuff I listened to that I said in the clip you play, he said, I said he will not go to the next election. That's what he said.
Correct. That's the follow up there. He said it also. In continuation, correct. He said he will not contest 2023.
Oh, yes. He said, I said that on your show in my letter of endorsement. I said we will beat President Weah. How will we beat him if he doesn't go to 2023 election? This president listens to gossip. He did say in the same church today, he said, I listen to the radio, I listen to social media, I read everything people write and post. What time he has to do his job? No wonder the country is where it is. But let me get to the real. Let me deal with this more.
Yeah, let me get to the real thing. Yeah.
This is the president of our country saying that he heard. I don't know how he heard it, whether somebody went to him and gossip, whether he has a tape of me saying he will not be president, he will not go to the next election. I have repeatedly said we will beat him. And the truth is we will beat him. It's not because I hate him, it's because he has failed and disappointed the people of our country. The same people who voted for him will vote against him. So he has taken that to throw a threat at me I feel today the president was threatening my life because I endorsed another candidate other than him. He's calling me a rebel. And if I think I'm crazy, that reference is to me. If I think I am crazy, and he did say that he takes what he believes or claim to hear, claim to have heard that I said, which is that he will not go to the 2023 election. He says, and this is very serious. So
He
he,
said
as
that.
far as he's concerned, he
Yes.
is taking it very seriously, and he is warning me to take his threat seriously. That's what President Weah did today. He threatened my life. He called me a rebel. If I think I am crazy, there are other people that are crazier than me.
So let's play the
I
rest of the
think,
clip. Let's play the
I
rest of the
think
clip.
it was a coded message. Let me just finish this point. I think it was a coded message that President Weah was sending to me that I should be careful with my life. And I don't also take it lightly. When the president says I don't take it, this is serious for him, then I have to assume that and take it extremely serious for myself. And to do this in all places, in a church, man, Stanton. What kind of president do we have? How did we get here?
Let's play the rest of the clip, Ambassador Brown, because the president mentioned your name, not just saying on the flying by issue, says somebody. He mentioned
Exactly.
your name. Because from the beginning of the clip, he spoke about it. Then he said, no, I will mention his name.
Correct.
And he mentioned your name. So this is very, very important. Rufus, play the rest of the clip, and we're going to move forward. Rufus? Rufus. All right, that's what happened when we are being produced from Monrovia. Ambassador Brown, you listen to the clip, continue when we get the producer in studio, then we'll listen to the clip. So talk to us.
Everybody who has heard me
Excuse
speak.
I beg you, sorry for interrupting. Rufus, please play the rest of the tape.
Relationship with America. He doesn't know that America is our traditional partner.
You need to go back because he wasn't on. You need to go back.
Other people, and it's very serious, and I'm going to say it, that George Weah will not go to election. Well, I want to tell you, you think he's a rebel. But other people, President, more than other people. You think your president is Pasma? No, so it's Pasma. I will not go to elections. But I want to say to him, and I will call him here, Louis Brown. Louis Brown was sacked because he was out of the code of diplomacy. He doesn't know diplomacy at all. He doesn't know the difference between America and Liberia. He doesn't know our relationship with America. He doesn't know that America is our traditional partner. And that man, and he doesn't listen to leaders. That man, in the ministry, we asked that man to vote for America. He voted against America, and that's why we sacked him. For not understanding that we in America, we have a partnership that no one can.
You want to continue, Rufus? Or that's it?
It ends right there.
Okay, so that part of the clip ends right there. Thank you very much, Rufus. Thank you. Ambassador Brown, he said he thinks he is a rebel. He thinks he is a rebel. Ambassador Brown, can you? I know the president, because of the comments response to his response, your endorsement and your letter that he supported Lord, or not Lord, the other fashion group. I believe that's where he coming from. But can you speak? He's saying that you think you're a rebel, or maybe you're a better rebel, but he's crazy. So can you talk to Liberians tonight, sir?
First of all, I think many of us in our country too, and you all who are Liberians, you, Stanton, Kerr, Timberlane, I can see you all now. I believe you are alive. I think we should hang our heads in shame and ask ourselves, how did we get here? That to endorse another candidate in a democracy that many gave their lives for, voluntarily and involuntarily. President Weah, who makes such reckless, callous statements against me and send a message of threat against me. But I just want President Weah to know I'm not a rebel. I don't think of myself as a rebel. To democratically defeat him does not make me a rebel. We will democratically defeat him. He cannot run me away from this country. President Weah, I gave too much. I'm here by choice. I gave too much to my country. I respect public service to my country. You can threaten my life, but you will not run me out of Liberia. No, I don't think I am crazier than you. I think you are unfit and incompetent to be president of our country. And to have used the holy pulpit as you did today is first beneath the office, it beneath the word of God. And that's why I call you Two-Face. Because you were supposed to be preaching the word of God. How is threatening another man's life anywhere close to the word of God? Don't forget, Stanton, I'm taking it very seriously. This is a place where we're still trying to find out how auditors who were auditing government accounts die. This is still the same place. We were still trying to understand how auditors auditing government account died. A young friend of mine, Emmanuel Batten Nyeswa, we're still trying to understand how Nyeswa fell is supposed to have fallen from his own house, where it's being reported that things were behind the door. How he moved all the things and passed there and jumped down and killed himself. This is the country we're still trying to understand all of this. Rising crime. This is a country where, I guess it was yesterday, one area is now a transshipment point for drugs. This is a country where President Weah is yet to answer to claims by Mr. Alexander Cummings that in fact he is a rebel, that he supported the undemocratic Ulster of a government, that he financed and funded them with specific details, which he is yet to refute. He cast himself as a man of peace. On one phase, he's a man of peace. On another phase, he's a rebel. This is the guy using God's space, his holy space.
We're gonna have Ambassador Louis Brown back. Sentiment and George. The summer this morning, man, in Liberia this afternoon. It's going like wildfire. I got folks asking me for the clip. It's on social media though. But that was a direct attack to Ambassador Brown. And he's coming back, by the way. Before he come back, I want you guys, okay, he's back. He's back. Go ahead, Ambassador.
The president engaged in blasphemy today. To use God's space, God's word, to threaten the life of another man simply because they disagree with you. You have disappointed the Liberian people and have called you. President Weah, listen to me and listen to me very clearly. I am not afraid of you. I've sacrificed too much for my country for you to think you can run me out of it. You can't frighten me. You have power, you have money. Maybe you can even orchestrate armed robbers and petrol bombs on my house. That is possible. It's possible in your reach. And you have warned me that you're capable of doing that. Or as you say, you're crazy enough to do that. But you will not run me from this country. And I know what you are afraid of. You think this presidency is an entitlement you must have. Sorry. Based on your failed performance, we will beat you in 2027 like an old drum. And we will remove this heavy load we place on your head as president of our country, for which our country is what it is. And finally, let me say something to you, Mr. Weah. Because president will not behave like this. I will call you now, Mr. Weah. Let me tell you something, Mr. Weah. You are the biggest threat to Liberia's relationship with the United States. You were treated like a pariah. Like someone said on one of your shows the other day, President Weah was caged within a 25-mile radius at the United Nations.
Ambassador, we're going to come to that conversation because I believe you are talking about the Dr. Rubin op-ed that is out there. Am I correct? Dr. Rubin, Michael Rubin, what he wrote today and what he wrote a few weeks back. I will give you the chance to talk to the folks concerning that.
There is a tape, Stanton, even of you with one of your guests saying that President Weah, when you come to the UN, go to Washington, hold some meetings, represent Liberia well before you go back home. You, Stanton, said that on one of your shows, asking President Weah to do the right thing and rebuild relationship with Washington, D.C. He couldn't even reach to Washington, D.C.
Let me ask you the question about this. You believe what Michael Rubin wrote again today, that the president was restricted, he and all of his delegates, except Summit 12?
But even the president acted to confirm that he was restricted. The president went to Queens, approximately 20 minutes from the UN headquarters, 12.2 miles, I believe it is. The president went to Queens, did a video reacting as if he wanted to impress the country.
So again, my question to you.
I'm saying the president himself believed it.
No. So my question to you: you believe, except with the exception of Summit 12, the president and every member of his delegate were restricted. Do you believe what Michael Rubin wrote?
I haven't read what Dr. Michael Rubin may or may not have written. I'm telling you the president's action. I don't know about every member of the delegation. I don't have information like Dr. Rubin may have. But I'm telling you the president's own action. The president was on tape in Queens, Jamaica, sitting on tape. That people say, I can't go, I'm only restricted to the UN headquarters. Hear me here now, I come to my house now. The president was reacting, and what was totally shameful about that tape was that the president was just 12.2 miles away from the UN headquarters district. There is something called the headquarters agreement, Stanton. And that headquarters agreement is that you cannot stop any government that is a member of the United Nations from coming to the United Nations to participate in, especially the General Assembly of the United Nations. So even where there were strained relationships between the United States and other countries like Iran, like Venezuela, you saw Hugo Chavez go to the United Nations and address the United. The U.S. could not stop Hugo Chavez. They could not stop Ahmadinejad. They could not stop the former president of Libya, Muammar Gaddafi, because of the headquarter agreement. And what it says, essentially for your viewers to understand, listeners to understand, is that you can come to the United Nations, but technically you cannot come to the United States. That's why they restrict you within a 25-mile radius of the UN district. That 25-mile radius is where you're supposed to find your hotel, where you're supposed to be while you are there.
So I understand that. I just want to get you. I want to get you on the record before we bring Sintumani George and Kev Hassan on, sir. Please, I want you to be very clear because a lot of folks listen to Ambassador Brown. Again, Michael Rubin said, and we're about to post this. Liberia President George Manneh trip to New York last month for the United Nations General Assembly was an unmitigated disaster for the West African country's prestige and interest. The State Department gave Weah and his delegation, with the exception of Finance Minister Samuel D. Tuah Jr., hardly restrictive visa, usually reserved for delegation from rogue regime. My question to you, with the exception of Samuel Tuah, do you believe what Dr. Michael Rubin said, that President Weah and the rest of his delegation were given a restricted visa?
I'm not Dr. Michael Rubin. I didn't write the article for Michael Rubin. So I'm sure he has a byline. You can reach him. This time the world is so small. Plus, I'm not a representative of the U.S. government. I don't work for the consular section. I'm saying to you, the president's own conduct.
I agree. We'll come back to the president's conduct, sir. But you are now saying that I just want you to be on record. You do not believe that the president, with the exception of Samuel Tuah, all of his delegation were on restriction. Do you believe it?
I didn't write the article.
I'm not saying you wrote it. I'm not saying you wrote it.
You're quoting Dr. Michael Rubin, and you're asking me whether I believe what Michael Rubin said.
As a permanent representative, you know how this works. You know how this works. You work within the vineyard of the United Nations. You've been to the UN so many times. You have ushered Madam Salif in, she and her delegation. We know all of that. So I'm asking you, do you believe that the statement from Michael, Dr. Rubin, is correct or incorrect?
Do I know that heads of state, when they earn the pariah status, when relationships are strained with the United States, that they can be restricted within 25-mile radius of the United Nations? Yes, that is a fact.
So can you tell Liberians tonight whether or not George Manneh and his delegation were restricted, with the exception of Samuel Tuah?
I don't know about the entire delegation. I cannot speak to the entire delegation. I did not issue them visas. But the president's conduct, hoping to react probably to what he had read or heard that Michael Rubin has written, he went to Queens, Jamaica. That's 12.2 miles away from the U.S. Michael Rubin and others are saying you are restricted to 25-mile radius, which the U.S. does. That's the nature of the C2 visa. They restrict officials within that range. President Weah went to his house in Queens, Jamaica, he was not talking from Florida. He had his Ballon d'Or, I understand, flown into him in New York, at his residence in New York. He never met a single American official. It was rumored that he was going to meet the members of the Black Caucus in Washington, D.C. President Weah left New York under that cloud of suspicion of being restricted to 25-mile radius. He couldn't even go to Florida. He did not even go to Washington, D.C. to meet one human being. You know what he did? He went just next door and tried to create the false impression in the minds of Liberians that he was now outside the so-called restricted area when he was actually within the restricted area. It leaves an intelligent mind like me to believe that yes, he was restricted and he tried to con his way. Don't forget, this guy just lied on me in a church. What is it he's not possible of lying about? It is embarrassing to say the Liberian president was restricted to the 25-mile radius.
You clarify. I think the folks are saying you clarify your own belief, and it is fair to say that you clarify it from where you sit. That's your belief, and we should accept it. I have too much stuff on our list. I think Mariah, whether to jump in, we'll be waiting on Mariah. But since Tumani go ahead and Kev Hassan, once Mariah come, I would come in with my two talking points, and we'll wrap this up with Ambassador Brown. Sintumali?
Good afternoon, Ambassador Brown. How are you today? And it's good to see you again. Well, I just want to find out from you, your party, which you are part of the National Patriotic Party, NPP. They are a member of the governing coalition of that presently the ruling party in the country. What's the relationship with your party right now, and also as I speak to right now the issue since you endorsed Mr. Cummings, how your party members, how you guys are interacting with and looking at what's happening right now.
So, and this is why President Weah needs to be very, very careful. The party, this rebel, he calls me a rebel, is a part of, is a product of the National Patriotic Front of Liberia. We organized the NPP as a political vehicle to end the war in search of a political solution. So, if President Weah, as he has called me a rebel, what does he call the NPP? A party of rebels. You know, I keep calling President Weah two-faced. On the one hand, he wants the NPP collaboration and vote. Because I disagree with him, he called me rebel. When he wants something from you, you're good enough, you're okay. When he doesn't want it, so I want the NPP to listen, and I'm in very serious high-level conversations with the leadership of my party. You recently heard some of the officials clarifying that the convention of the NPP will review its membership to the coalition. President Weah just has this knack of using people to achieve his personal ends. Once he does that, he goes on to denigrate you and call you names that you are not, and to even lie on you. So he's not lying necessarily on me. They say when hunchback men dying, you better watch down hunchback men if you get hunchback. The party I come from, he's calling that party rebels, bunch of rebels. Already there is big disaffection in that party because everything that was promised, including to LPDP, they never delivered. Everything was just about President Weah and few of his friends. So what we now have, I hope the leaders of the NPP are listening to President Weah. Second term coming now, they're running all over the place, trying to pull NPP back into a tight fold, offering, naming people to, I saw, I don't know, 1,000 men list they put up with people named there. who have been so disaffected for so long. But this is who President Weah is. You listen to many of your friends who you grew up with. This is who he is. When he needs you, he will be a buddy. As long as he doesn't need you, and he's so petty, as long as you disagree with him, he doesn't need you, you're his arch enemy. And he wants to use the authority of the state to threaten people he disagrees with or who disagree with him. That's what he tried to do to me today, to frighten me. I'm disappointed, and I'm sure my party will be disappointed.
So just to add to your party issue, you speaking to high-level folks in the NPP. We understand Madam Joy Howard Taylor is from the NPP. All of folks that work within this government currently, most of them are NPP members. Have you spoken to from current Vice President Madam Joy?
I will not tell you what we exchanged.
No, please don't. Yeah, don't tell me.
Text message. My man, I'm too responsible to do that. I don't convey private conversations, Stanton. You good at prodding people, but you know I'm owing this business, Stanton. So you can give it your best shot, but I will not tell you what private conversations are. I will just tell you that I'm in conversation with the senior leadership of my party, including former senior leaders. The other day somebody said, maybe I'm sure you will say it today, Louis Brown, I have one man, one vote. But that one man, one vote has not reached a point where the president can preach on him and deliver a sermon to lie on him. And it's still one man, one vote. But, look, let me just say that I'm committed to do all I can to democratically defeat this failed president in 2023. And that's as much as I can see about conversations that are over.
Well, yeah, I don't want you to. Kev Hassan, Kev.
Yeah, let me say this before I go into my question, and let's make it clear that nobody on the president team that will give him restricted visa. That is a bold-faced lie and propaganda from the belly of the beast. No, it's zero, nothing. And Louis Brown understand that if you have a restricted visa, like Gaddafi and other, from the UN, you stay to your hotel. You're not going to go to your private home. That's a lie. You will never go to your private home because restricted visa means you own some kind of restriction. You are bound from the UN straight to your hotel. You will never leave to your private home. So that's a lie. Clear, let's put that out. And he knows that, but he playing a propaganda here. So he knows you will never go to your private home. Come on. So let's get that out. Nobody, because you know why? Eugene Langbe were in DC. The information minister went out of the state. So you cannot come here and say they gave them restricted visa. So that's a lie. That's a lie. The only reason they decided to put Sametwe out because they know Sametwe is in DC. So Michael Rubin was very crafty. Michael Rubin are one of the evil in our country. Liberian people need to know that. That's a lie. The president do have an invitation to come in DC. If he unrestricted visa, he will never. If the president do have an issue with America.
Kev, do you have a question?
Yeah, I'm going to a question. I just want to
because we are limited, you know that.
I'm going back to what he said about voting, because Louis Brown said a whole lot of stuff, CEO, and you asked him some specific question. He refused to answer. I want to ask him. He said it was a governmental decision. What I want to ask him, the decision by voting against America's interests were given to you, Louis Brown, by the government of Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. I want you to be clear on that your government instructed you to vote against the interests of America. So I want you to state that clearly.
That is your question?
Yes, there's a question. I want you to state that clearly.
Mr. Stanton Witherspoon,
Yes,
he
sir.
put up the quote you posted from me previously clarifying the vote.
Your 2017 quote?
Correct. Clarifying the vote. Then let Mr. Kev Hassan read it. Because I think we have a comprehension problem.
Kev. Yeah, I want to ask him. I'm not going by no quote.
Kev, I will come back to you, Kev. I'm begging you. Let's give Mr. Brown a chance to answer your question. Then you can follow up, please. Mr. Brown, again, what do you want me to put up, sir?
Please put up the quote you had from me. I have forgotten the time exactly, right? This quote. Mr. Kev Hassan, please read it.
Listen, we all see it. Say we did not vote against the United States. We cannot vote against the United States. Blah blah blah. I'm asking you.
No blah blah blah.
I'm asking you.
Liberia. Let me read it to you.
No.
This was way back in 2017. Liberia and the United States are deeply bonded by history and cherished ties of ongoing friendship and partnership. We voted for the shared values of peace, international law, multilateralism, and consistent with the decision of the African Union, which was adopted by heads of state in January of this year. So we did not vote against the U.S. interests. You and President Weah wants to make it. Hold on. Let
him ambassador.
You and President Weah want to play propaganda and politics. President Weah is soiling Liberia-U.S. relationship, and it better concern you if you are concerned about that relationship. His actions is what is damaging Liberia relationship, not a vote. Not a vote to uphold multilateralism, to uphold international law, and to preserve the resolution of the African Union. Now, I need to clarify a few things you said here. Quickly.
No.
Kev, you can't do that. You can't do that, please.
Kev, he must clarify because you brought in the restriction. And I will ask him to clarify, please. You have your time. Go ahead, Ambassador.
You said restricted visa is given, and the extent of the restriction is that from the UN you must go to your hotel. You are not permitted to go to private home. Listen, it's some of you. First of all, after 5 years, George knows less about government than before he became president. Then some of you are whining in his ear about things you have absolutely no knowledge about, and you're speaking with strength of certainty. That is wrong. When you are issued a restricted visa, the visa restricts you within 25-mile radius. It doesn't restrict you from hotel to your house. You stop playing the game with the Liberian people. You're trying to, sometimes I wonder, either you guys are extremely ignorant, deeply incompetent, or you guys just simply don't know what you're doing. For you to speak with some air of authority, okay, that restricted visa only means from your hotel to the UN. That is exactly this kind of devious, buffoonery propaganda that took George Weah to his house to try to falsely impress the people that he was not being restricted like all pariahs are with the United States. You are permitted within, you can even go shopping in that 25-mile radius. What you cannot do, and President Weah did not do, was to go outside the 25-mile radius. That is what he did not do. And that is what in my mind, confirms, give you what I know the truth to be. That President Weah was restricted. So you can posture, you can say it strongly, you can say it with no authority, but that is the reality of the restriction
let me tell you something,
provided for the UN visit.
The ambassador, you make your point. Let's go back, okay, because you work at the UN. I mean, you've been there, you served there, you know the terrain.
And then you're talking to me like that. When you get different guests, you must be guessing like that.
Okay,
let
me say this. I know the ambassador is spinning and playing games here. Zoe Penner was in Minnesota. This Zoka Wilson left New York, was among the entourage of the president. This Zoka Wilson, and you know that's the CEO, Tomlin George, you know that. So I think we should call Louis Brown out. That what he's saying, that's not true. But my question to you, not answering it, what was your vote? Nay or yay? What did you vote? What did you vote? What did you vote at the UN? What was your vote? It was nay or yay at the UN. I need you to be specific.
Okay, Kev, you finished, right?
Give me all that things. Be specific.
All right, so Kev, can we bring in the ambassador to answer that question without interruption?
Yes, sir.
Ambassador, please.
Again, I have even asked Nathan to put on the screen what the vote was. Exactly. And what the vote was about. And you're wrong to call it my vote. You are wrong to call it my vote. Look, I don't want to. This is a vote of the Republic of Liberia. You saw my name. People that thing back on the screen, Stanton. You see Louis Brown in there? Manina there, Kev Hassan. This is Republic of Liberia. If any representative of mine, any representative of the government, not of me, have voted contrary to the decision of the Republic of Liberia, don't you think that representative would have been chastised? What are you talking about? The U.S. expresses interest in many votes, many votes. But it doesn't mean all of her allies will simply just vote based on the U.S. singular interest. Look at that vote result. 128 to 9. And if I recall, only Togo was the only African country, if I recall, that voted against the African Union decision. And lay a complete context for you. Now you're talking about other officials. Don't forget, I don't want to name some names, but some of the officials you name me got U.S. passport. Some of the officials you name me did not require visa to go to where they were supposed to be going. So be careful. Stop talking. And I have not named any official here. I did not write Dr. Rubin's story, nor has this government fully denied with any level of credibility Rubin's claim. What I have said to you is that the President Weah conducted himself in such a way that it makes every intelligent mind, especially somebody like me who knows the workings of the UN, to know that he was restricted. Why are you running around with other people? Why are you running around with my friend Toga Wilson, my friend Samuel Twe, my friend Eugene Nambe? You know, why are you calling what beginning me for? Don't embarrass somebody.
My question.
That you saw them in Washington does not mean some of them were there on Liberian passport. Let me tell you.
Who instructed you to join the African Union? Who instructed you to join the African Union to vote against moving the embassy that America wanted? Who instructed you? Was Madam
to
Ellis?
Move what embassy? Look at.
No, I'm telling you.
It was not about moving embassy. It was about moving the capital.
The capital. Yes.
Correct.
The capital. Right. But who instructed you?
Who instructs ambassadors? What is the basis of the question?
So you're saying Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf instructed you to vote, to cast in that vote in the interest of the Liberian government. So Madam Ellen Sirleaf did instruct you, right? That's what you're saying.
No, did instructed is wrong English.
Did instruct you.
I know what you want to say.
Yeah,
Okay.
fine. We can go into the English. Fine. I want you to answer the question. Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf instructs you, right?
Do you know how ambassadors vote?
No, fine. You can have all your thing. I just want you to go. You work at the will and pleasure of Madam Sirleaf. I'm asking
like
you.
Like all ambassadors work at the will and pleasure of the president.
She instructs you.
The foreign ministry instructs ambassadors based on instructions. The president, if President Weah doesn't know this, if you don't know this, the president is the chief architect of foreign policy. And
So
therefore,
Madam Sirleaf
hold on now, Sharon.
Madam Sirleaf instructed the foreign minister, right?
Cap.
Yeah.
When you need to learn something, then you need to not argue.
Yeah, he beats it around the bush.
It's okay, Cap. Because we got to move now. Let's give him a chance to answer. Ambassador, please.
So, brother Hassan, the president, maybe President Weah doesn't know, but he, in his capacity as president, is the chief architect of foreign policy. That's the power we give the president. And therefore, ambassadors serve at the will and pleasure of the president.
I just said it.
And ambassadors don't vote of their own accord. By the way, this particular vote, I said to Mr. Witherspoon from the beginning of this show, I did not personally cast this vote. Like President, we are trying to falsely impress the country and lie on me. But I stand with it and by it because it was a vote of the government and people of the Republic of Liberia. I don't know how else you want me to clarify that for you.
I need it to be clear to say that
the
foreign minister.
Let me comment because we got to go to the
instructed by the president and the foreign minister instructed you. Because you want to ask that question because I want to ask the Madam Sirleaf team. I want to ask the Madam Sirleaf team because we understand that he disobeyed order. He did disobey order. But where we coming from?
Let me ask you. Are you saying, Madam? No, Kev, come down. Hold on. Are you saying, Madam Sirleaf asked Ambassador Brown to vote against the resolution, and Ambassador Brown voted contrary to what Madam Sirleaf asked him? Is that what you're saying?
That's what we're getting. That's what we're getting. That
can you hold on 1 minute now? Can you hold on 1 minute now? Let Ambassador Brown clarify, please. Ambassador.
That's why he's not answering straight.
But hold on, Kev. Let him clarify, please. Ambassador.
You know, the level of ignorance and incompetence that people spew with confidence, the lies that people tell with confidence. So tell me, a critical vote like this, simple, Stanton, Brother Kev, personally, I believe. Do you believe, or can you ever imagine a scenario where an individual will vote against the wishes of their government and that individual will not be dismissed or recalled? You don't know what you are talking about, you man. You people present yourself to our country as knowledgeable people when all you guys, when you can, you are wallowing in ignorance, and the worst part about your ignorance is that you're doing it with confidence. When you want to learn, be humble. You are lying. Nobody will ever tell you that the president, maybe you're doing your own administration that you support it. When the president as chief architect of foreign policy, when the president instructs through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, all diplomats obey. Foreign ambassadors do not vote their feelings. They do not vote their personal wishes. They vote for a government. That's why my name is not on the vote count. It's the Republic of Liberia name that is on the vote count. If
So,
I had,
I think
let me just finish. Let me just finish.
You said that the president instructed you. So we cannot.
If I had voted, but I've said that you don't want beating around this. You don't want to make this personal. If I have voted contrary to the decision and instruction of the government of Liberia, the president is head of state and head of government by our constitution. If I have voted contrarily, I would have been recalled and removed. So, President, we are lied when he said we asked the man to vote for America.
Let me ask you,
and the man refused.
Ambassador, before we go to St. Tourmaline, let me just follow up on this. The vote took place in December 2017. President George Manneh Weah came to power January 2018.
Thank you.
When did they recall you?
September. I returned to Liberia September 28. I told you I worked for 7 months.
So you went as far as
under President Weah.
Okay.
By the way,
in
December, when that vote was being taken, now you just reminded me. In December, when that vote was being taken, I was in Monrovia. I said to you from the beginning of the show, I did not personally vote, but this was a government of Liberia vote that I uphold.
Okay. So we have to rest the story. We are very clear that you received the instruction from Madam President through the Foreign Ministry. You were representing Liberia, but at that time you were in Liberia, and your deputy at the time cast the vote. So, guys, I think we are very clear, and I think St. Tourmaline, can you go ahead?
I just want to add, I reached out to the Ellen folks and the Madam Ellen folks, and they said that the word they sent was embellishment of truth. Then they said if the U.S. felt strongly about Liberia vote, they would have recalled Ambassador Brown. And they said that that vote was taken during the administration of President Salif. They said, why didn't President Salif recall him? Then they said, why did the Weah administration wait 7 months before they recalled him? So they just want to clarify that. So
let me add this, and Ambassador Brown can go. Ambassador Brown, did you hear out in the grapevine? Because I'm receiving information that the ambassador at the time visited new president George Manneh Weah and complained about this vote. Did you receive any information of sir that the ambassador at the time visited Mr. President that just came into power and complained about this very important vote, and that led to you being recalled?
I'm telling you, Stanton, and I will repeat for the umpteenth time. Today was the first day I ever heard why President Weah recalled me. And it was again just on the eve of another UN General Assembly. Just on the eve. This was either middle toward the end of August, because the General Assembly is in September. It was around the middle toward the end of August, just on the heel of another General Assembly.
And that's exactly
President Weah took over
to George Patton, because by then they rushed in Kemaya, who replaced you.
I received Kemaya. I received at the time Ambassador to replace me, Ambassador Kemaya at the In fact, when Ambassador Kemaya arrived, if he wants to be truthful, I shepherded him around and introduced him to people that I was working with as colleagues. So I have no bitterness. I knew the president had the power to call. I knew from the minute George Weah came to power, because I had said to him in 2011 that I did not believe, although he was my friend, that he was capable of leading our country. In 2011, I knew he would have kept that grudge. That's who he is. I knew he would have, by the way, I knew I would not have lasted. In fact, when I lasted 7 months, Everybody who knows me will tell you I confided in them that it was 7 months overdue. President Weah took over in January. So the U.S. waited until August to go to him to complain to him that that vote hurt them, which was taken in December. Does it make any sense, Stanton?
All right, I
This
want to
guy
go
is
to
just
the
a
rest
two-faced,
issue. Ambassador,
this is just a two-faced, childish liar we got for president.
I want us to talk about the rest issue, which is very important. That's the bread and butter issue. You are supporting Mr. Cummings right now. We have a situation, and I believe Mr. Cummings will be addressing the nation on Tuesday, I believe. I want us to talk about that. But guys, I'm done with this record issue. Do you have any other question, comment? Because I'm going to be local now with the rest issue. I want to hear from the Cummings supporter where he stands on this rest issue. Kev, you say?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Okay, please be faster.
Ambassador Louis Brown talk about. I know it's a propaganda to talk about my life is threatened and all that, but this same Ambassador Louis Brown accused this president of supporting Model. He put the president at risk. He's telling the Liberian people that this president took part in the death of many Liberians. Matter of fact, they talk about the amount that the president paid and everything. He went on radio station blaming the president. Now, with the president call him out, he playing games and telling the Liberian people, oh, my life, oh, my life, oh, my life. And I want to ask him, why will you blame the president on issue that you don't have no evidence, no Liberian do have evidence that this president spends such an amount? You talk about lying, that's part of the lies. So why are you giving wrong information to the Liberian people that Liberian people knew, or they know that this president was men of peace that helped disarm our children? So why are you giving that wrong information and coming on our platform and acting like you're the victim? Why evidence shows that you play a part in the war?
What part?
You can answer my question. I'm not here to answer your question. You answer my question.
Okay, but then you just have to throw talk.
No,
and
I'm here to answer your question.
You think with that hang. But let me answer now. I listen to you. Let me answer.
Go ahead.
First of all, you know that the president is scared of Mr. Cummings.
7%. 7% Cummings.
Can you shut up now?
You can say what you want to say, sir. 7% Cummings. Who's scared of him?
Can you shut up now? I mean, is it possible that you will shut up? So, it looks like the president is scared of Mr. Cummings. I think I made, when I listened to the president today, I realized that I made the right choice to endorse Mr. Cummings, because this has frightened President Weah. He now knows that we beat him in 2023 like an old drum. I keep saying this. And this is why he wants to threaten me. And he has threatened me. Let me tell you something today, Kev. In a government where there are many reported mysterious deaths, in a government where people die, no hay, no tea, no proper serious explanation, the president takes to the pulpit and say, I, Louis Brown, say he will not go to election in 2023. When on your own network, you heard me say that we will beat the president in 2023. The president said he takes it serious. And he proceeds to call me a rebel. And then he proceeds to say, if I think I am crazy, there are people that are crazier than me in this town. And you say that's not a threat on me. You say I'm playing politics. I put the words in the president's mouth. Mr. Cummings wrote the president. And Mr. Cummings made specific allegation against the president that the president is yet to respond to. Your only response on behalf of the president is, know the president to be a man of peace. The president, who friends coming out of the woodwork, who worked with him many years. One was on your show saying the accusation against George Weah that he supported Lord and Model. No Liberian should dismiss it. That he is writing a book to explain it. And I mean, the president decides to attack. This president has not responded to Mr. Cummings' specific allegations about his support to Lord and Model. Mr. Cummings was specific. But what he chooses to do is to go hide behind the pulpit like a little boy.
I think Mr. Cummings is
let me finish.
Respond to him. He's not what it. The president
Mr.
Cummings.
Kev, listen, Kev. We cannot do this, please.
So
we'll give Ambassador the chance to finish, and you can make your
thank
comment.
Thank you.
Okay.
So Mr. Cummings makes the specific allegation in details. But we are some of you are advising, don't do nothing. You thought anything I will drag you further. So he show him up. But he goes to a church, his own church. He hides behind the pulpit like a small boy, the small-minded boy that he is. And he offers me threat. He thinks he can run me out of this country. And I say on your network, and he's listening. I'm sure he's listening to me. George Weah, you cannot run me out of life. I'm not saying you can't kill me. It is possible you can kill me. But you can't run me out of here. I am not that afraid to back up tomorrow and feel threatened enough to run away from here. I will oppose you. You have now made my voice stronger. You know, George Weah, you made a tactical blunder today. Is that even your mistake? You made a tactical blunder to strike me today. You made a tactical error. You just strengthened me. You just reinforced my voice. I am going to do all I can, and I will repeat it, to make you a one-term president because you failed and disappointed people in this country. And everyone hearing me,
see
you cannot run me out of this country, George Weah. I own this country just like you. I've made sacrifices for this country just like you. I am here in this country by my choice. And you know, to have lied on me like you did today, you only strengthen my backbone. You show me that you are afraid of me. Even if your minions and acolytes and apologists are walking around trying to defend you, you just show to me that you are afraid of me. And I am going to work with other like-minded Liberians. We're going to rescue our country. You can threaten all you want to threaten. You can do it from a pulpit. You can do it from the mansion. You can do it from anywhere. You will never run me out of this country. You can kill me, but you can never run me out of this country. And you will never shut me up. We will beat you like you deserve, like an old drum, and we'll replace you in 2023. So help me God.
Mr. Ambassador, I'm going to come to you, Kev. I beg you, I will. Mr. Ambassador, I want to bring in this rest issue. But listen, you can deal with the politics. I'm concerned about the people and what they're going to be eating now and tomorrow. So, Kev, please, give it your best shot. Let's move on because I got to quit in this rest issue. I want to hear Cummings. Kev, listen, I want to hear Cummings' position on this rest issue. Though, again, we receive information. Kev, I beg you, hold on 1 minute. It's important for us to do this. Let me share this with folks. We received this information, Mr. Ambassador, that the second is from the general public that the political leader, Senate Bearer, Mr. Cummings will be speaking October 4th, 2022, which is on Tuesday. Okay, so he will be addressing this, but I'd like to hear from you, Kev. Come in with your last question on this topic, and we'll move on.
Let me say this. It's funny for Louis Brown to state right here that he is now, he feel that he's convinced to support Mr. Cummings. But let me say this: nobody in that country will threaten your life because the president will not threaten your life. Reason number one, because you're nobody for the president to threaten you. You don't have voice for the president to threaten you. You're not a threat to this president, to the presidency. So there's nothing the president would threaten you. It's not in the president's DNA to threaten anybody. But I can understand where you're coming from. Because of the $75,000 that Cummings is paying you that we know of, so you will come to tell a 7% man that he will win election to come off, play games with Mr. Cummings. Because unless Mr. Cummings that Jesus will walk on water, but you cannot leave 7% and go to 50 plus 1, unless Mr. Cummings that Jesus will walk on water. But it's not possible. So one, you are making the case for your $75,000. That's okay. You hustling. That's your gig. Go do your gig. I'm not going to hate you for your gig, but the president will not threaten your life because it's not in the president's DNA. People who have insulted the president every day, they're passing around. Senators have insulted the president every day, they're passing around. Who is Louis Brown? Who begged for a job to this president, that the president, you beg the president for a job, that the president will come and threaten you? I understand. That's propaganda. That's $75,000 talk. That's what you're doing. Period. Nobody will threaten you.
All right. Thank you, Kev. Ambassador Brown, I'd like to move on to the rest issue. Except you get something to say.
No, you can't.
No, that's why I'm asking you. Except you get something to say.
Yeah, I just want to, and I'll really be quick because I'm not going to.
You're getting off camera. You are getting off camera. Thank you. Go ahead, sir. Just come back on your right hand side a little bit. Just on your right hand side a little bit. There we go. We're super. Go ahead, sir.
So when people run out of things to say, then they just say foolishness. I don't want to leave. Sometimes some things are just so foolish and ludicrous. They tend to be beneath you to respond to it. Brother Kev, some of us have established our names. There's a reason you're scared of me. There's a reason. All of you sitting down there, you in that studio talking, you petrify. You're not just scared of me, you petrify. You trembling at your knees. So if the president didn't think I was that important and serious, he would not spend an entire sermon of his today. I don't know who ordained him, man. He failed as a president and he's failing as a preacher. He failed as a musician. In some way, brother, he can be talking or singing. He has failed so badly. You say I'm not important. But even you who important to him, he doesn't talk about you in his sermon. How unimportant that me he talk about today. You say he did not threaten me. But here's what the president said. I don't know if you listen to the tape. The president said, I take it seriously. Louis Brown said, I will not go to the 2023 election. I don't know what he means, but I take it seriously. You think he rebel? You think he crazy? There are people in this place that are crazier than him. You think he's crazy in that pass mark. There are people who pass him. I don't care how you want to interpret. I'm not looking for you to interpret President Weah. You don't have the intellect to interpret what President Weah says to me. I was a target of his venom. So I have interpreted it. So you have no place to tell me he can't threaten you. He's a man of peace. Who told you that? That's why he has sold that two-faced character has sold to our country. That he represents peace when deep inside, all he represents is hate for those he believes are more competent than him. He holds hatred for people he understands to be more qualified than him. That's the challenge we have with this president. And therefore, I'm not going to even dignify your usual base and flimsy comments about somebody paying me 75. I am unimportant. And then Cummings will pay an unimportant character. Let me assume it is true, which is a black lie. That Cummings will pay an unimportant character $75,000. Yes, I have achieved what you will never achieve.
Thank God for confirming that. Yes, thank God for confirming $75,000.
Let me finish.
Thank for confirming the $75,000.
But you can say anything you want to say. That's how you think.
It's not true.
Kev, can we discuss? Kev, can we move ahead? Ambassador, can I bring in the bread and butter?
Let me just end on this note. Kev, I have achieved more in my life than you will ever imagine possible in yours. I have worked for my country than you will ever. And so you have no capacity.
You voted against your country interest. You did.
Kev.
You did.
And so you. Kev. No, I will not talk together.
You betrayed the interests of Liberia.
Kev, that's not the reason you joined us today, sir. Please.
No, I understand that's the reason. To tell you the truth, he has no capacity. So all he does is to repeat talking points and text messages sending him. They're just using him. They're just using him to spew out what they can't say to me to my face. So they use a Kev Hassan to say it. That's what he uses.
Ambassador, I don't want you to.
Let's go to serious matter, man. Let's go to serious matter. Kev, I just want to tell you, you do not have the capacity to come close to what I have achieved and represented Liberia.
I will not betray Liberia. I will not betray Liberia. You did betray Liberia.
Ambassador, the rest issue is very important.
Yeah, that was the rest issue.
All week long. You off camera, sir. You're off camera.
Sorry.
All right. All week long, we've been speaking about this thing. With the last 10 minutes we got, we appreciate that I hear from you. You serve as information minister under Madam Salive. You know the situation with West importers because it came for you to defend Madam Salive and the situation with West at the time. What are your thoughts? The people are crying. Up to yesterday, Representative Samuel Koga said if it is all said and done, the country have only 280,000 bags of rice, not metric tons, but bags of rice left at the port. Talk to us. You've been following the story. Just give us something.
You know, again, it falls on the lack of leadership. My father used to tell me, son, you are not wise by solving a problem. You are wise if you can forecast the problem and deal with it before it becomes a problem. President, we have returned to the country and at the airport. He said there was rice in the country until March next year. I don't know if you guys heard this. This man is so disconnected, he has no clue. Rice is the country's staple. The first problem we have, look in the budget and find out how much we are giving to agriculture. Just to say, let's be able to produce rice. No insight. Nothing. We're importing to consume. And even as we are doing that, he has no insight to govern the president is the manager, the chief manager of the economy. The president is the chief manager of the ministries and agencies. He arrives in the country and claims there's rice in every warehouse and then he said, I will go there to go visit. He has not left his place, being celebrated. Rice will not finish in President Joy. We are home. They slice ordinary people's salaries, making it harder for people to make it. Families are suffering. And then you have no rice. Poor management of our country. This is why we have to remove this man. He has no clue. He has no idea what he is doing. He's totally disconnected. And people lie to him that all is well. You know, this story about the emperor who was naked. Nobody wants to tell the emperor the truth. This is our emperor. He is naked and nobody wants to tell him the truth. Everything this boy touches gets ruined. From US-Liberia relationship to now rice. Ruined. Look, I just pray we never make the mistake again. This was a colossal mistake we made for our country to elect George Weah. A colossal mistake. We have run out of rice. Now they will tell you there's a war in Ukraine. They will tell you every excuses other than taking responsibility. When some of the simple things they could have done, they have not done. The legislature said they passed, if you're not producing, then you better make sure you make allowances for strategic stock. Because you basically selling what you are not producing. The legislature said they passed $11 million. And somewhere between finance and commerce, nothing has happened. Because they know going to election, once you're not producing rice, you can't control the price of rice. You can't control the price of that which you're not producing. So unless you now subsidize, the legislature say the election will go into, let's make sure we don't increase the price of rent or people vote us out of office. So they passed $11 million that's supposed to be subsidy to importers. The importers will tell you we don't have that money. That was passed. We have no farms. 5 years we still cannot produce to feed ourselves. And then what we have is diminishing stock. The cost of freight is high. The cost of rice are going high on the international market. And the government sleeping on its hands. And President Weah is concerned about threatening Louis Brown in his sermon when no rice in the country. That's how irresponsible the boy is. That's how irresponsible the boy is. It is on him. It is on his incompetence. Liberian people are suffering every day.
Ambassador, I want to give you the chance before somebody and Kev come in. We said thank you for exercising the will to be with us for 3 hours. Ambassador, the finance ministry said, though within the recast budget, we asked for 11, we were able to give Commerce Ministry 7.5. Commerce Minister say no. You only gave us 3.5. What's going on? I mean, you serve as minister. You up and down in government. Where's the disconnect here, Ambassador? For the sake of our Liberian people, I tell you, so listen, finance, the IT minister, Samara Wodokodi, said we gave them 7.5. Roland Morris from Commerce saying no. We only received 3.5. What's going on? You think it was the best opportunity given to the president today? He would have just spoken on the rest issue instead of talking about Louis Brown?
He goes after Louis Brown. His biggest interest was to threaten me today. Liberian people can't find food. He came home and lied. Oh, food there. So you're going to talk about it? Then 11 million passed by the legislature. Finance we get 7. Commerce say, I don't know who you gave 7. Yeah, 7.5.
Yeah.
Commerce say, we don't know who you gave your 7.5 to. That report there, we received only 3.5. I mean, what kind of people are these? How did we get here? How did we get here? Is this propaganda now? Of course, this is not propaganda. This is reality. People going to bed hungry tonight. Even those who can find, those who may have the money to buy it, cannot buy it. Stanton, when I told you guys a couple of weeks ago that we need to beat George Weah and end his presidency, you guys thought it was a joke. Some of you are saying, coming against 7%, the opposition are not serious, they're not this. President Weah will be beaten because the people are suffering. He is the head of the suffering of the Liberian people. He is responsible. He has no control over his government. He doesn't know what he is doing. He's not managing. You know what a serious president would have done? Immediately upon his return to the country, you will convene a National Security Council meeting to which you would have invited your economic team. You would have invited the Ministry of Commerce and Finance that should be part of the economic team. And you will be inquiring what is wrong here. How don't we have food in our country, our staple of all? And knowing the security implication of the staple, why don't we have it? But you can't, you stay to the airport, and everything you get advice from people like Kev Hassan don't know the left from the right. Everything to them is politics and propaganda. So you go and say, rest here for until March. When you don't have food in the warehouses, the importers cannot import because they don't have food. They don't have the money to import, the cost too high, and then you were not producing. You want to legislate the price. So the legislator, you know, the whole house going for election this year. And 15 of the senators. So some of the things they were doing were not totally altruistic. What they were doing was trying to save their own skins, save their political lives. So quickly they passed 11 million. Say, my man, you're going to get to the importers that was for the right. Then 11 million again, people cutting corners. Come at finance, we get 7.5. What are we doing to ourselves? What did the Liberian people do to President Weah and his government? What did the people do to suffer like this? Was it wrong for the people to take a young man from Gibraltar to try to make him president?
I know I'm going to have you again. Let me bring in St. and George for the last round of question because we got only 3 more minutes to go. The guys have to go to the next segment. And I want to tell you, Mr. Brown, Louis Brown, you're paying for your airtime, but you are always welcome. I hope whenever you come, just let us know. This is for Liberia and Liberians all over. You know, we have to address the issue. So let me bring in.
Thank you. If I can make a final statement, you want me to make a closing comment?
No, I want to give the 2 guys a chance to wrap up with you. Then you can close, sir, on the rest issue. Yeah, Sentiment and George.
Well, on the rest issue, I don't really. I would say that I would have thought the president would have broke his silence on the rest issue today. Being that it was an important time to speak on the rest issue, but we're in a political season, so a lot's going on. Well, Mr. Brown, Ambassador Brown, I know you endorsed Mr. Cummings, and I know this week you guys are rolling out your list of campaign officials. But today the president sounded very confident when he said that no matter all you guys in opposition can join together, he will beat you, he will defeat you. He sounded very confident when he said that. Sounded like someone who is ready to really go on the campaign through and campaign hard to be reelected. So I don't know. I know you won't reveal the voice some of your campaign strategy or what the case the officials who will be announced by Mr. Cummings on Tuesday. But how really are you guys?
You want me to announce them, Mr. Brown?
How really prepared are you guys to really? I mean, especially so you are not part of a united opposition. Okay, how prepared you guys are going to really match the president? In this election with 12 months to go, 374 days. I'm checking the days now. 374 more days to go. Yeah. How prepared are you guys going to really defeat him?
Look, I think the president, you say the president sounded confident today. No, I thought the president sounded scared. The president is running scared. Just look at the state of the country, man. The president can't get outside 25-mile radius. He has damaged Liberia and destroyed Liberian relationship with the United States. The worst thing that can happen to the people of Liberia is for them to not have food to eat. He cut their pay. He now cutting their food. The people can't find food. You go to a hospital, no medicine there. What would encourage the Liberian people to put them back? Look, they can pay. They can put people in trucks and tell them to go, if they pay their way, give people $5, $10 to go meet the president and put on monetized crime. Look, they're more so rich. Yesterday, you know how one guy, I greeted one guy at Tomale yesterday. I said, hey, dear brother, I see you for long. How things going? You know what the guy answered to me was? He said, hey, Elby, that God carry also. I said, Jesus. Hey, man. Well, I put in a job we are. Wait. That man thing, let me tell you, he will go around the country. There's something about the presidency. If he turns out to Nima tomorrow, people will turn out to see him. In fact, those chiefs and elders, if they don't turn out, they will fire them. That's the thing y'all don't know. So when you see some of these crowd, don't think that George we are going to win election here again. George is making the work so easy for the opposition. Now, people say, oh, the opposition need to come together before it wins. Maybe that was true 12 months ago. Let me tell you what is true. George Weah may not make a second round. I don't care what your polls do, what your polls say. This man will be beaten so bad, and he one-term presidency will end.
No. Hold on, Ambassador Brown. You are saying no. Take a pause, please. I know we're down to the minute, but you are saying George Manneh Weah will not make the second round?
May not make. I said may not make the second round.
The second round?
But look at your performance. Look at what he's doing.
No. But who
going to bed hungry tonight? Let me ask you now.
Okay. No, Ambassador, I off the cuff on
this. You don't want me to clarify that? You just bad boy. You just want me to punish Kev more. Standard, you just set up Kev for me to punish him more. So let me talk.
Louis Brown, I think he's a master of the English language. That's why he used may. So he's not certain. So it's okay to use may and have massage yourself psychologically. That's what he's doing. He's massaging himself psychologically. He making himself feel good. But let me tell you, when you've been paid $75,000, you say this kind of thing. In order to Cummings. So hey, that's $75,000 work right there he doing. That's why he used the word may. So if Cummings tell him tomorrow, hey, my man, I told you say they may or not make it. He said, my man, I told you me. My man, I told you me. So he's smart. If people come and say, he knows every person will not make it to 51 plus 1. That's why he corrected you. You know why he corrected you and said, man? Because come and say, my man, I told me I'll win.
You will get some cushion, right? And
yeah, let me tell you something. So thanks for the interruption, but let me tell you something, Stanton. You know that in 2005, President Weah had 29+% of the votes in the first round against President Seli. President Seli had, I think, around 19%. You recall that?
Yeah, well, 2005, correct.
Do you know that in the second round, President Seli won the elections? This foolish talk about somebody having 7% in 2017, and therefore they cannot win. Do you know? Look, check even President Weah. Do you know how many times he lost election, the presidential election before? Let me finish now. I listen to you when you talk.
No, that's why I want you to
factor. No, I don't need your clarification, brother.
Neither one of you.
So that somebody had 7% in 2017 is not a reason that they cannot win in 2017, especially when the guy who won in 2017 has failed so dismally, has failed so miserably, so much so that a year before the election, Librarian Bogan found food. Tell me who going to bed hungry tonight that voted for George Weah in 2017 will vote for him again. Let me tell you something. Ideally, maybe somebody will say, well, you know, ideally, maybe the opposition should have come together. Let me tell you, our democracy, they had 2 parties in 2017, Stanton. 22 candidates, not even parties, candidates for the presidency. We may now have 3 or 4. That's progress. Those 3 or 4 include the incumbent who has a record to run on. And that record includes people going to bed hungry tonight. You know, Kev Hassan is sitting in America and he thinks because they pay him, so somebody needs to pay me to work for my country. All right. So I'm not like you, Kev. That's not true. I'm not like you at all. You are myself. We're not the same. I'm not gonna say
if I'm getting you confirm it. You say even if you confirm it. So even if I get $75,000, you confirm it.
Look at that. That's how you can understand English.
Oh,
that's part of your problem. So let me just finish this
now. Now you see, you know where I'm going to, right, CEO? You know where I'm going to. Now they change it. Oh, now you're saying that's not a good English. You're the same people when.
Can I speak now?
I can say even if you say he corrupt. Now you're saying the same thing. You say even if. You're saying the same thing. Even if I get $75,000. So by what you're saying, you are getting $75,000. You're the same.
Okay, I leave that with you, man. Kev, I will not argue with you for foolishness, man. Kev, you understand? I'm coming to argue for foolishness.
Ambassador, can you wrap up? Can you close?
Yeah. So,
but CEO, I did not ask question on the rice. Let me ask question on the rice.
Yeah, he got to close.
Yeah, let me just ask that question on the rice so you can close with.
Yeah, please do.
So you can close. While you closing, can you please tell us specifically what Cummings will do for the rice issue in Liberia? How to bring
specifically?
Rice? Yes.
Specifically, we invest in growing to feed ourselves. Something that we are government has not done.
I'm talking about now. I'm not talking about.
We're going now. Coming up, president. Why I must deal with you? Hypothetical.
What Cummings would do if Cummings were president now? What Cummings would do?
We would never be here. The first matter of fact is that we'll never get to the point where there will be no right, and he will not know. But can I answer you now?
Yeah, but explain. Don't say we will never be here with this.
Let him answer, Kev, please. Thank you, Ambassador. Please answer, Kev, and do your closing, sir.
Thank you. So one of the reasons I endorse Mr. Cummings is that he has the leadership skills that we does not have to ensure that we never get here where there's no rice in the warehouse and he doesn't even know that there's no rice in the warehouse. Then Kev is asking me, so assume Mr. Cummings gets to the point where he doesn't know there's no rice in the warehouse. Assume Mr. Cummings gets to the point where the legislature approves 11 million, finance said they send 7.5 million, commerce said they receive only 3.5 million, and there is only 200 something thousand bags left. So please tell me, under Cummings, Kev, I know you don't like the man, but we will never be to this point. You know why? Because the first order of business will be to invest in agriculture to feed ourselves. We will not let our country get to the point where no resident, the president does not even know the height of incompetence and ineptitude by George Weah was measured by his own press conference when he arrived from the United States. Rice here until March, only to find out there's no rice. They say, well, Cummings will do. Under the circumstance, Cummings will never take us down this road. We will learn to feed ourselves by investing our own money in agriculture. and producing rice. That's what we have to do to solve the problem. Not play politics and play around with it with a president who knows nothing about what is going on. He just riding convoy and using the title president. He has no idea, no temperament, no aptitude, no ability to even sit in an office. Can I finish? No
Yes, sir, please.
aptitude to even sit in an office to do the work. He's spending more time trying to make music and to preach when what we pay him for to lead us. He has no capacity to do it. He's spending time running away from it. So let me close by saying this. President Weah, I know you try to threaten me today. I know you got capacities. Presidents have capacities. You send out a coded message today to threaten my life because I disagree with you. I know you're wrong for my country. Hey, it's possible. You can kill me, but you will not silence me, not between now and the election. At death, I will be silenced, naturally. But I'm not running away from this country because of you. You are incompetent, you are disappointing, and you have failed our country. I swear to thee, I will do all I can. I know you're scared of me. You can tell little Kev then, I'm not scared of me, I'm scared of me. If you're not scared of me, you're not going to preach on me today. You can tell little Kev then, you're not scared of me. But you know you're trembling in your heart. I'm a man. George Weah, I'm a full man. I fear no other man. I will live in Liberia. I will oppose you openly and publicly. And I will work with like-minded individuals, and we will change this country. We will remove you democratically in 2023. It was a mistake to have elected you. You have no clue what you are doing. You have failed our people. I say it to your face. I told you in 2011, you have no capacity to lead this country. And you have proven it in 5 years. You have destroyed our country, destroyed our relationships. Now, what people can't even find food to eat. They can't even, they pay. They can't even, the schools are so bad. People suffering, George. People suffer. And you think the suffering people will pull you back. You can dance and live in your own little deception. We will burst that bubble. You did the same thing. That's why you're ready for Monserrato. Dillon can't win Monserrato. We're ready now. Dillon beat you in Monserrato. And we will beat you and end it and take the heavy load upon your head. We'll take it from on your head in 2023. So I want to thank all of you, gentlemen. I thank you for the time. I thank you for the platform. Liberian people, things are tough. You don't need anybody to tell you. You're living it every day. Gas going up, food going up. And when food goes up, every other thing goes up. All the supplementary goods will go up. That's the way the economy works. The managers of the economy are terrible. They have an incompetent president that does not even sit. I don't think he even has an economic management team. This country is like on autopilot. Like the boss said to me yesterday, that you're God carrying also. We end it in 2023. You have faith. You'll be strong. We end this We Are Nightmare in 2023. He can come after me. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm just a stone throw away from his house. They know how to throw petrol bomb on people's homes when they're sleeping at night. I know all their tactics. They can do all kind of things. They can say I'm robber on you to eliminate you. And then they can say you fell down from your own horse and you kill yourself. I don't want you to know, my people, my left in jaw we are in.
Like the way you call to work on 11 p.m., right?
Tier 1 clarifying. Thank you for bringing this. On your who show, Tier 1 clarifying.
You used to those things.
Kev, we gotta go.
Yeah,
I beg
man.
you.
On
My
your
head
who
is,
show,
my head is
Those
hurting.
things.
Ambassador Brown, can we go,
The
please?
president know nothing
My
about
head
life.
is hurting. Serious. I'm
You
not
used to
doing
don't lie
those
well,
on Tier
but-
1.
but-
That-
but-
that-
On your who show, Tier 1
Yeah.
Gonglo clarified that I had absolutely nothing to do with his arrest. I'm happy Mr. Witherspoon asked Tier 1 Gonglo those questions, right? Witherspoon, can you correct your friend that Tier 1 clarified that I had absolutely nothing to do with his arrest?
Mr.
That was not even in the country.
Mr. Ambassador, like always, we say thank you for joining us. Again,
Thank you.
you are always welcome. We appreciate your time, and I want to
Thank
say
you.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I can leave now?
Yes, sir. Thanks. All right. Whew. Where were you, Mariah? Why are you coming on late?
Louis can handle his own. I didn't have to be here at all.
Mariah, they're preparing for the campaign. What they launching on Tuesday?
I actually was in a meeting, the late night meetings, and
Do you work on weekends, Mariah? I
work
thought
every-
working is from Monday to Friday.
I don't have a work schedule every day.
Okay.
I gotta
All right,
check
hold
this
on, guys. I gotta bring in Edward Snow because it's important. His name was mentioned. I just hold on 1 minute. Let me bring in. All right, it's good to have you. You are live on the Spoon Talk. Though Ambassador Brown left, but he listened in the back. We have Mariah Kulai, Timberland George, and Kev Hassan. Welcome, sir. Talk to us.
Thank you. No, I really wanted to call out Mr. Ambassador Brown was in the studio, but just for a minute. I didn't start the show, but then I got a lot of text messages and calls that my name was mentioned in your conversation regarding a job offer between your conversation between Mr. Brown and the president, which I wouldn't speak to, but I also just want to say publicly that Mr. Louis Brown, Mr. Musa Belete, President George Weah and I have been friends for many years. We have a history of our friendship, and I would not be involved in whatever trade wars have been traded between any of them or any of us. We have all taken our sides. My two friends, Louis, who is my very good friend, Musa Belete is my very good friend. They have their side. I have my side to support Mr. Weah. His press second term, they have the side to support Mr. Cummings, but that would never disrupt our friendship. Our friendship is based on values, based on respect for each other, and I just want to know that you to know publicly that I will not be involved in taking sides with anyone on behalf of the other person because we are friends. And I'm sure after the politics, we will remain friends. That's what I wanted to say.
While we have you, Honorable Snow, thank you very much for that clarity. Do you like to tell us, can you speak on the Burkina Faso incident? Because I believe you stay out of the country, though. And we're hearing about what is happening in Burkina Faso.
The situation in Burkina is quite frustrating and it's heartbreaking. Yes, there was a military coup in Burkina Faso a few 8 months ago. And then 2 days ago, there was a counter coup. The military regime was overthrown by Captain Touareg, who has taken power. There has been a lot of destruction. Just yesterday, the French embassy was put ablaze on fire. There have been a lot of shootings. There's another counter group, and in the meantime, the rebels, those that have been fighting in the bush for many years, are now coming closer to the city, which is bringing Burkina on a serious threat. As you know, our region is very fragile right now, so the situation in Burkina is quite alarming. They have the presence, of course, of some Russians, like it is in Mali. Mali has former ties with Russia. Same situation happening in Burkina and then in Guinea. So it's putting our region on a serious security threat. And I hope that the situation in Burkina would not exacerbate or go any further than escalated as it already is, as bad as it is already.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Mariah.
Honorable Snow, as part of ECOWAS in the last year, I'm hearing myself with that. In the last year, since 2021, we've had military takeovers or coup in several West African countries: Chad, Mali, Guinea, Sudan, I think, and now Burkina Faso. What is the one thing that these countries have in common that you would say not necessarily responsible for, but could be an catalyst for
Triggering
the
these issues, right?
yeah, that could be
Well,
triggered.
the first
For
thing,
this. I'm still asking.
She's not done yet. No, please.
sorry, Mara. Sorry, I'm sorry, Mara.
That could be triggers for these military takeovers. And do you see any of those similarities or similar characteristics or happenings in Liberia?
Well, what they have in common, the similarity is that they all are French colonies. They all come from other France, or they have strong presence of France. They got their independence from France. The military were all trained by the French army. France have a strong presence in those countries. Those countries have had military coup, and then they have deviated to a large extent from the French dominance to the Russians. Today, Mali has a very strong tie with Russia. There's strong Russian presence in Burkina Faso. There's strong Russian presence in Guinea, Conakry, which is quite alarming for our region. And so whether it's the orientation or whatever it is, but all the coups they came with different reasons. As you know, the one in Guinea, it was out of a third term from Alpha Conte, which we are not experiencing in Liberia. There has been no disruption of our constitution. There are no attempts to go for a third term so far. The one in Mali, there was a legislative election where the opposition got the majority, and then the president tried to influence the results so that his party could get the majority in the parliament, and then the citizens decided to demonstrate, and then the military took advantage of that situation and then seized power in Mali. That was a different situation. I don't think we're experiencing that in Liberia. The 2020 senatorial election was a clear indication. When the opposition got more seats than the ruling party, and there was no interruption, there was no interference from the ruling establishment to undo the result. In Burkina Faso, the military claimed that the government wasn't giving them enough support to fight the rebels. So the military took over the government so that they have the necessary support to fight the rebels. And now 8 months later, there's a counter coup within the very military claiming that there was not sufficient support for the government forces to fight the rebels. We don't have that situation in Liberia. There has been no rebel attacks from outside our borders or within our borders. So there are no comparison. The only comparison is amongst those countries that are all French colonies, and then they have been trained by the French and by France, and then they are the very people that are attacking French installations in the country and leaning more to the Russians than to France.
Wow. Russian?
Yeah.
Russian? Wow, on the snow. That's scary for our region. Sintumani, your one question, and Kev Hassan, you will take us home.
Yeah, good evening, Senator Snow. My question is about first. Today, I heard one of your colleagues of the legislature, Representative Yeke Koluba. He talking about where he foresees problem coming to Liberia. He calling on ECOWAS, and you represent Liberia at ECOWAS Parliament. He said that he will communicate with you guys officially, but he sounded very mad, and he's saying that ECOWAS. He putting on notice that he called on you guys to intervene. Was his concern he experienced in Liberia? So, what is your take on it on Representative Yeke Koluba call? I mean, his press conference he had today. What's your take about that press conference? And also, do you know where's the president? Where's the whereabouts of Henry Damiba, the former Burkina Faso leader? Where is he? Thank you.
Well, the first thing on Yeke Koluba's call on ECOWAS have an early warning mechanism network in Liberia that is very strong. So ECOWAS is on top of the situation in Liberia. We also have a very competent special representative, Ambassador Josephine Nkrumah, who has been very involved with the different stakeholders. She's been meeting with the opposition community. She's been meeting with the security apparatus. She's been meeting with the Elections Commission, been meeting with the ruling establishment, and have been reporting that to ECOWAS. ECOWAS is very alert of the situation. Don't forget, next year alone, we have 2 elections in the Mano River Basin. Sierra Leone first in June, and then Liberia in October. So ECOWAS is doing now a huge deployment, both security intelligence and technical support to Liberia for the election. And be it Yeke, be it any citizen for that matter, whether it's from the opposition community or the ruling establishment, ECOWAS will take the matter very seriously. And ECOWAS is very cognizant of the security alert that is now in the Mano River Basin. So that's a situation that we're going to take seriously. And I can assure you from the early warning mechanism that we have, not just in Liberia, but in the region, I think we are on top of the situation. Also, Nigeria is going for election. Nigeria is the hub of ECOWAS. So we're very concerned about those situations in our region, and it's something that we take very seriously. As regards the former leader of Burkina, he was on a house arrest. Yesterday, there were attempts by another group in support of him to have him released, and he was taken to an unknown destination. So currently, there's no clear account of where he is. But there have been some strong presence at the home of the former president, President Buhari, so that to also ensure his safety, so that the situation don't deteriorate. But I can tell you it's bad. I mean, yesterday they broke into the French consulate, the visa session, they put it on fire. There are a lot of shooting. They've threatened foreign nationals other than the Russians. They have threatened Europeans that are in Burkina, and the situation is quite alarming. Tomorrow, the ECOWAS Commission will be meeting here in Togo tomorrow to do a framework strategy for our region, and that will be dominated by the security situation in the region. So tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock, we have a tight security meeting regarding the situation in the region, at which time we have additional information of what's obtaining in Burkina Faso and what could happen in Mali. You know, Mali, most of the head of states were just in Mali, trying to get them to return to a democratic rule. We still have not gotten a commitment from them. Mali and Guinea, the two military leaders, have been visiting each other a lot, visiting the two countries. Each other have been visiting them, and they are I don't want to say they are, strengthening themselves, but it's quite alarming what is happening. And the declaration for the relation with Russia is quite alarming right now.
Wow. Kev Hassan?
Yeah, Honorable Snow, let me ask you this question from a strong man from the ANC, which Tomley asked and talk about, who one of the strong lieutenant to Mr. Cummings. He did a post. He said, West Africa leaders are failure. There will be one more coup in West Africa before June 2023. He made that statement as a lawmaker and as a lieutenant to Mr. Cummings. What you make of this post, and also that, do you think Mr. Cummings should condemn this post and separate himself from his lieutenant, Yeke Kolba?
I agree with you. I think anyone who believes in the tenets of democracy should condemn that post. It's not right. The matter of fact, but before I go on to that post, let me just say to you, a similar statement was made in Ghana a few days ago by a Ghanaian that said that the way Ghana is going, they expect a coup d'etat in Ghana. A similar statement was made by a citizen in Guinea-Bissau that said the way Guinea-Bissau is going, they expect a coup d'etat. So that's a statement that is going around our region. It's not unique to Liberia. But in Liberia, or any of those countries, when those statements are made, it's expected that people that believe in the tenets of democracy will publicly condemn it, and will also encourage the security apparatus to at least ask them or if they have any additional information that could be helpful to the state, not necessarily arresting them so that you don't be seen as having a police state, but at least if you have additional information that could be helpful to the state to prevent military takeover, I think, look, the best takeover is about a year from now. If Liberians think that they don't want the government, they can go to the polls in October next year and vote the government out. Military coup is not the solution. It's not the solution, and no one should encourage military coup because it has taught us a hard lesson. We have never benefited from rebel war. We've never benefited from military coup. Today, Liberia is where it is because of those situations we've had. And I think if it's true that Mr. Kolba said it, and yes, he's member of the ANC, just how I would expect Mr. Cummings to condemn it, I will also expect the leadership of the House of Representatives to also condemn that because he's also a member of the House of Representatives.
Thank you.
Senator, may I ask a follow-up to that? Where is the post? Did the post say another coup expected in Liberia? Is that what the
Liberia
or
is.
is there a comprehension issue that
Is
we're
that,
dealing with?
are you
No, no, no,
asking,
Liberia is
hold
part
on,
of.
hold on, guy. Are you asking Snow, or can we let him go and we can discuss?
He responded to the question, or his answer to the question was he expected information.
I did not see the post. That's why I said if.
He said he have not seen the post.
So the person who asked the question, then the question is, you saw the post, I haven't. Did the post say another coup expected in Liberia?
Well, Morale, a good question. You know, Liberia is part of West Africa.
And so are 15 other countries.
No, I show you know, as a lawmaker.
So are 15 other countries.
So guys, let's do this.
Let me
After,
answer now.
let Mr. Cummings. Hold on, guys. Let Mr. Snow leave. Honorable Snow, we say thank you for taking the time to clarify this issue. We appreciate you a lot, sir. And I have a safe return home as you're getting ready this week or
The
next
question's
week.
over.
Thank you. You still got a question for him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I don't want us to go into that post something here.
No, it's not about the post.
Okay.
That's a Senator Snow. Yesterday there were reports of 100 million United States dollars cocaine, a drug bust on Somalia Drive. There have been several reports of Liberia being a drug hub, human trafficking hub, and just a lot of a high level of crime that is not very good for the country and for the region. What do you think the Senate can do or should be doing in such cases in terms of having oversight or working with the DEA or the security apparatus in ensuring the security of the country where we don't become a hub for these large drugs operation, human trafficking, money laundering? What do you think your role is as a senator, or the Senate and the legislature role should be in curbing these issues within the country? Because it is a security risk for the region as well.
Mara, what we saw yesterday is quite disheartening. Or what we saw yesterday is quite disheartening, and you know, it's not unique to Liberia. We are fighting similar situation in Guinea-Bissau. We are fighting similar situation in Senegal. We are fighting similar situation in the Gambia. Liberia now is on stream. It's a very serious situation. So this is something that I will encourage all Liberians to make an input on, so that it's not, you know, politicized. So we don't treat it as one of those political issues in the country like we're doing with the rights issue. The rights issue can no longer be a political issue. It's a national situation. So the issue of drugs is affecting most of our young people. It's affecting our kids in the country. We all can see it. And from what we saw yesterday in the papers, on the Facebook, it's quite disturbing. And I think not just the Senate, but someone like you, a very smart, well-intelligent, well-learned individual, citizen of Liberia.
The question was not about individuals like myself. It was about the Senate, the leaders we've elected to represent us in the legislature. What is your role, or should be your role in these situations?
No, Mara, I just said to you, what I was saying, maybe you didn't allow me to end. I just saying that someone like you could make proposals. I mean, I know you know me, you have your representative, you have your senators. We will be discussing it. It's already in the Senate chat room. We have a Senate chat room. It's being discussed in the Senate chat room. Senators are sharing ideas on the way to proceed. I'm not privileged or I cannot divulge information from the Senate chat room, but the Senate is very concerned about the situation. But we also will be soliciting the views and advice and suggestion from citizens like you that will help us to make an informed decision on what we could do as a government and as a people, because it's a situation that affects the entire country.
Thank you.
Honorable Snow, the last question from me. Talk to us concerning the rest situation, please. I know you all of the country, but this thing is getting crazy.
You know, Stan. Most people may not like my response to the rice issue, but I strongly believe it has reached a stage in Liberia where we can no longer subsidize our staple food. Government is spending millions of United States dollars every year to subsidize. We hear reports on either the money is being remitted to the importer or the money is not reaching them or the figure is being bloated. And a lot of things are coming up. We know where we came from with the rice situation. Most of us may have been young, but we've read history. With Florence Chinaway's decision when she encouraged President Talbot to increase the rice price to not subsidize it, and we saw what happened. But it's about hard time that we make the right decision. If the government of Liberia now will say, look, we're going to invest X amount of millions of dollars in every region in Liberia, and we give people money to grow food and we can process the rice in Liberia, or we can find investors. I know for a fact, and I sure the Ministry of Agriculture might be speaking on it. In President Weah's last visit to the UAE, the UAE, there was some goodwill, or there was conversation regarding the production of rice in Liberia for even export, for local consumption and export. So there are discussions in this direction. I hope the Ministry of Information or the Ministry of Agriculture can inform the Liberian people. But again, we've reached a stage that subsidizing our staple food. Look, for 2 years, the border between Nigeria and Benin was closed for 2 years. And the reason the border was closed because of rice, smoking rice. I can tell you now publicly, for example, and you can make this call, I'll give you her number. The Liberian ambassador, for example, to Sierra Leone, she drives to Liberia at least every 2 weeks or send a vehicle to buy rice from Liberia to take to Sierra Leone, because rice is cheaper in Liberia than it is in Sierra Leone. Rice is cheaper in Liberia than it is in Guinea. Rice is cheaper in Liberia than it is in Cote d'Ivoire. Cote d'Ivoire, Guinea, and most other countries have bigger economies than even Liberia. So there is no embargo on exporting or taking rice from one country to the other. If you have rice in Liberia that is so cheaper than the neighboring countries, they will come here and buy your rice and take it to the country. So it's a big challenge. The government must make the hard decision.
Yeah, but Honorable Snow, so in the short term now, we understand we'll go back to the soil. What you guys discussing? Because something is just confusing, Honorable Snow. Right now, you guys did a recast budget of $11 million. Samoa wrote a call to say, we gave the people 7.5. Commerce saying, no, you didn't give us 7.5. You gave us 3.5. Honorable Snow, hearing those information, up to yesterday, 260,000 bag of rice at the Freeport. What are we in, Honorable Snow?
Well, like I said, it's a very serious situation. I mean, this is no joke. I mean, and that is why when I hear people, I've been listening to the radio, I follow the radio every day, and I listen to the news, I listen to school religiously. And I think it's about hard time that we all start playing politics with this thing. I listened to Representative Samuel Koga, who was very knowledgeable. He's been chairman of the House House Commerce Committee for many years now. His first term throughout, he was there member. Second term, he's been member. I listened to some of the points that he made, and we must take this seriously because it is a serious problem. It is a serious problem, and I would just say, look, there's no need to politicize this thing. Let's call a spade a spade. There's no rest in the country. The government must announce that there's rest shortage in Liberia. We need to address the situation and then find a solution. But to sugarcoat it and act like there is no rest, or to just ignore the situation, I don't think it's going to help us. I don't think it's going to help us as a country. It's not going to help us as a government. So we really need to do something about it. It's a very, very serious situation that we must address, and we must do something about it, because it's not helping us as a country.
Thank you very much, Honorable Edwin Melvin Snow. We appreciate your time tonight. Thanks, sir. And be safe out there, please.
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir. All right, let's wrap this thing up, man. Kev Hassan, you come in and say, I have not seen the post, by the way. That's why
Can he put the post up? Can he share the post for you so you can put it up since he saw the post?
You have the Yeke post? Okay?
Yeah, let me send it to you right now.
All right. Send it to James real quick. James will put it up. Send it to James.
On his WhatsApp or Facebook?
WhatsApp will be better. All right. Sintumani, Mariah, you guys get anything to add? I just got to get some water. I'm on.
We're done. You almost.
I didn't have any question for Honorable Snow.
I think you asked the question.
Well, for me, anything to I on a serious note, I would have thought the president would have used the opportunity today to speak on the rest issue, because everybody's on the edge for rights in Liberia now. And I thought he would have really spent a lot of time addressing the rest issue, even just allay the fears of Liberians about this rights. It showed the country that either rights is on the way to the country, or rights is coming, or rights in the country, whatever the case. But I would have, he didn't make no comment yesterday and today on the rest issue, and also the official. He was going
to the warehouse since he got to the country. He announced that he was.
That's concerning. Yeah, I don't think he been there though, but because my understanding is that they are having discussion, and you won't go before the camera perhaps and how you did it last time in the warehouse, but at least today would have been a good moment to have broken the silence on the rights issue, because Liberians are all edgy right now. They are all concerned about the rights issue. They don't know what's happening, and the problem is that no one is saying anything. Like we had Representative Coker yesterday, and he gave his side of the story, what's happening, and now today the president spoke today. Hoping this tomorrow we hear something from them. Praying and hoping hear something. But
I heard, but I can say though, and maybe I may be wrong. I heard that person. Somebody said to me, Stanton, look at all the ministers and directors that came to the president to wish him happy birthday. He said most of his minister and director were staff. Then I asked the person, I said, but if you say so though, the madam herself, that responsible to control the funds and talk about commerce, she was there. So how can we believe what you are saying if Madam Darlinger, what's her name is?
I don't think you should call her Darlinger.
Mawani Deeks. That's my way of properly addressing Madam Deeks. So if you believe in that though, why were you now saying that the president will stop every other person but Madam Mawani Deeks? I don't want to believe what you are telling me. The person said seriously, this person is mad. But how can you be mad, Mariah, if you go on the pulpit today and you didn't say anything about the rest? The people want to hear from you.
It just shows what the president's priorities are. And in simple terms, what's important to President Weah, the non-Liberian people, food business, not the least of his concern. I mean, the president had his extravagant birthday party. He had people that went there to give him gifts. He was collecting gifts from Liberians.
The president said he received a lot of gifts. He said that.
My brother, at the end of the day, it had to talk. Because sometimes you want to be measured about what you say, and sometimes you just won't say it the way it is. It's insensitive. It's heartless. The president cares. George Weah cares about only George Weah. George Weah wanted gifts for his birthday. He got gifts for his birthday. Anything Joshua wants, he gets. What does the Liberian people get? But, 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 what? Right now they want rice. When do they get it? They want electricity. They want roads. They want hospitals. They want drugs in the hospitals. They want good schools for their children. What? When do they get it? But every single thing that Joshua wants, he gets. Joshua wanted a private jet, he got a private jet. Joshua wanted 42 condominiums, he got 42 condominiums. He wanted to rebuild his house on 9th Street, he rebuilt his house on 9th Street to a mansion. He renovated his rehab. He renovated Jamaica Resort. Everything Ria wants, he gets.
It's one of those are some of the things.
But why do Liberian people get what they want? And Liberians are not even asking for much, just the basic necessity: food, rice. And the only thing the president cared about today was Louis Brown and his Apoto comments. That was worrying him. When presidents have sleepless nights over resolving similar issues in their countries that have to do with the welfare and well-being of the people, our own president having sleepless nights over Louis Brown endorsing.
Let me ask Kev Hassan and Mora. Then I want to bring you in to talk about Mr. Cummings' program on the phone, because you signed as chief of staff. I was surprised when I saw your name as chief of staff.
All right, powerful. Chief of staff, wow.
So let me, Kev, don't you think it was an opportunity for this president? He at least an opportunity that while on the pulpit, you should have addressed the rest issue.
The president addressing the rice issue. He is addressing the rice issue. So the president was in church today and speaking on several issues. But when you accuse a man who the most cleanest Liberian never took part in any war, it's an issue to deal with. It's an issue to lie on the president. I was so and happy that the president dealt with that on the pulpit today, because this part of the propaganda from the ANC /7% people to go out to just lie on a good man, and they know that this president never took part in no war. No Liberian would stand up and say that's true, because the reason number one, this president's life is open book. You can go and Google this president. You can check everything. Unlike Mr. Cummings, this president, anything he do, it will come out. Even his birthday, it was celebrated around Europe. All the team he played for, they celebrated it. They posted on the website, on the official website. You know, unlike Mr. Cummings, I don't think Coca-Cola will post his birthday. You know, so so for the president to talk about the lies of Louis Brown, talking about they gave people 25-man radar, they do this. As a diplomat, former diplomat, to bold-faced lie like that, for me, I think Louis Brown today was a disgrace. The man disgraced himself. You know, so from for me, the president did well of addressing the lies of the ANC. I think one of the disgraceful parts for Mr. Cummings to even buttress those lies, even call the people of Grand Gillette rebel. Even Mr. Cummings called the people of Grand Gillette rebels. Say the Burkina Faso people are living in Grand Gillette. They are militants in Grand Gillette.
And how you understand it, your comprehension is?
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question before Mariah come in. Let me ask you, Kev. I beg you.
Wow.
If we agree on everything you just said about this president, we are almost 5.something million Liberians in Liberia. The president cared less about all of them, but himself, only addressing his birthday. His birthday was celebrated But folks in Europe, in America, it's okay. His birthday was celebrated by some of the elites that have food in their homes. It's okay. His birthday, he received gifts. It's okay to talk about. To talk about Louis Brown attacking him, it's okay. But to address the Liberian people issue that there is no rest in the country. They went out to look for rest. Women saying they were flogged, they beat them. The situation that a certain representative saying as of now, which was yesterday, the country only have 260,000 bags of rice, that in metric tons. You see, the president, we have not heard from him. He never visited the port, the free port. But all of that is not okay. Only to please George Manawia, only to give him birthday gift, only to see his name out there. The happy birthday from a former player, world best. To you, Kev Hassan, it's okay. To hell with the Liberian people, what they eat, when they eat, how they eat, you just don't care. Am I hearing from you, Kev Hassan? Is that the message the president wants you to propagate? Seriously, Kev?
You want me to answer this now?
I want you to answer. I'm listening.
Okay,
I'm
good.
Let
me answer it. Wait.
Have you sent the
Let me answer it.
Let me answer it. We'll pull it up. Let me answer this. It's ready.
Let me answer it, CEO. Let me answer it. You know, because of proximity, some of us know that the government is working tirelessly. They up and running to solve this issue. But let me say this to you, CEO. If the president of Liberia being accused of murdering Liberian, you will tell me it's not an issue? Will you tell me? Will you say
if you ask me, I will answer you. If you ask me that question, do you want me to answer you?
To accuse, well, let me finish. Let me finish. You answer it. Let me finish. To accuse the president of Liberia of murdering Liberians, even Mr. Cummings asked the president, don't you know that Liberians die? Accusing the president of spending money in murdering the Liberian people. You telling me, Stanton A. Waterspoon, that the president should look at it and don't say anything about accusing him? The president.
Hold your peace. I know when I see you like that, you won't come in. Hold on. So, Kev Hassan, I like how we're having a conversation, and you have said, let me say this.
Wow. Yes, sir.
Mr. Cummings wrote a letter almost 3 weeks ago, or maybe a month ago. Louis Brown letter was written within the same time frame prior to Mr. Cummings' letter to this president. Kev, today is the 2nd of October. The rest issue should be the most important issue on the mind of the president.
It is.
No, Kev, you spoke, and you spoke.
It is.
How can we believe? How should we believe? How can Liberia and the world think that it is the first thing on the mind of the president?
But I can tell you.
No, Kev, hold on now. When the president on the pulpit preaching the words of God and telling the Liberian people that he's so mad and pissed off with Louis Brown. Who cared about Louis Brown? Who cared about he and Louis Brown beefing politics? We are concerned about the Liberian people, what they will eat today, Kev. If you think what you are saying is truth, the president should be having a press conference tomorrow morning. If you think what you are saying is true, the president should address the nation now tonight. Give them some hope that all is not lost, that rest is on the way.
It is on the way.
Your government right now being accused of mismanaging the recast budget money. Because Samoa Water Quality says 7.5. Commerce is saying 3.5.
Let me address that. Let me address that.
Yeah, Hassan, let's be serious for once.
Okay, let me address what you just
Listen,
said.
let me finish. I am happy that the president celebrated his birthday, to tell you the truth, my brother. But I am so discouraged, disappointed that the president again have missed opportunity. And he have shown to the Liberian people he cares less about them. He have neglected them in words, in action, and in person like you, Kev. You can speak.
Let me address this. The lawmaker came yesterday, set the record straight that his numbers were all over the place. And he said straight 7.5 million were given. He said, I did my due diligence and it's right. He got a first message from a passerby, not the commerce. Let's get it straight. Not from Mawani.
I think you heard something different.
Not from Mawani.
No, you heard something
Not
different.
from Mawani.
Roland Morris is not a passerby.
No, there's nothing. It's a passerby. Not from Mawani. He's a passerby. It doesn't mean because you work at commerce. Then you
Mawani did send Roland Morris to the meeting. You cannot call him a passerby. She sent him to that meeting. He was representing Mawani D.
There's no official statement from commerce. No official statement. The lawmaker corrected it yesterday. His number was all over the place.
Tomorrow we'll be having a wonderful show.
If Kev can allow me, because Lord Jesus.
Go ahead, speak, and take us home.
Commerce has become a nightmare for Kev and CDC. Today he want to talk about commerce and say commerce.
7%. 7%.
That is 7% running.
You get more motor bread than the people. Mariah, you get more motor bread than the people.
Let me speak.
You get motor bread. You ain't getting enough people.
What's the motor bread? What's the motor bread?
Come in buy motor bread, right? When he went to donate this motor bread, he get less people. The man begging for people to carry your motor bread. You can't take it. The man can't even find people, right?
Can
we post that picture? Can we post that?
Now, you're a bad boy. You be calling for Mariah, and when Mariah come on the show, you don't want to give her a chance to speak. Why are you calling for her?
Mariah, that comings.
Give her a chance.
Mariah, that comings.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you coming, Mariah?
Like a nightmare. Let me finish talking. By the time Kev Vela can jump up.
Running ASC. They get running ASC.
When he's sleeping, the night can jump up. Come in.
They get running ASC.
So are you saying that Cummings is like 911 to Kev here, right?
Yes, I swear. Kev can later, even Kev wanted nap in the hot afternoon, but then he later 3 minutes. Cummings.
I'm happy Cummings is a comedian now.
Cummings that become your nightmare. You and CDC, that your nightmare, that your laxative, that your everything, Kojolobo. It's sad. But let me just get to the point. Say what you want, Kev. You can say all the good things you want to say about, Josh Weah. But the best person who can speak for Josh Weah is Josh Weah himself. And he's spoken loud and clear, both in words and in actions, about the things that are important to him. And the Liberian people who benefit and not business. It's not important to him. The fact that you're having a rights crisis and the president takes the podium and speaks for almost an hour and even care to mention it or to even assure the people that rights is on the way or help is coming or he's doing this, nothing about the food business. And you want to sit down on the show and romanticize the issue and talk about foreign teams wishing happy birthday and Coca-Cola will now wish Cummings a celebrity. Cummings is not. He made it clear to you. He's a global business leader. Period. How many companies, Fortune 500 billion dollars companies, wish the former executives happy birthday. That you think that entertainment, yeah? We are the entertainer. All he does is play football to entertain people, play basketball to entertain, make music to entertain. Everything he does is entertainment. Even when he stands on that pulpit in pure blasphemy of the Christian religion, he's entertaining as well. And that's the kind of person you think you will sit on the show and try to make sound like this person cares, but no, he does not care. He's made it clear he does not care. And because he does not care about the Liberian people, 2023, they were saying thank you.
Mariah, talk to us about your program on Tuesday for us to go.
So Tuesday, Mr. Cummings will be naming the initial members of his 2023 team. I'm excited about it. There's some good names on there. And it really is, of course, a continuation or just an indication of a serious leader. I mean, we're 12 months to 2023, and I believe he's the first political leader. The CPP is the first party that will be naming the initial members of the 2023 team. And that just shows that, these are things that are serious. They're working towards a goal. There is a lot of momentum around it. Kev talked about the motorbikes. We were in Nimba yesterday, meeting with the CPP leadership across the country from all the 9 districts. And they were all provided logistics. Each district was given 4 bikes, and the county was given 2 pickups, CPP. And that's for them to start the work. A lot of work is happening.
Let
me just land before you come in. That event was held in Depot, in district number 8, where Honorable Larry Yankwer of the ANC and CPP Legislative Caucus is from. And it was really where we were. We didn't even have signal. That's how far in the village we went to have that program. And the chiefs and the elders there were very, very, very excited because they said most times when political parties having events in the county, they take it to Kanta, they take it to like the bigger urban towns. But for us to have gone into the rural towns and to bring all of the delegates from the 9 districts to that town, it shows them that, Mr. Cummings holds them in high esteem and regard and believe that they're important. And that's really what's happening. We're going down to the grassroots, to the villages, to the towns, to the hamlets, with these things. So yeah.
Yeah, my question, and I think you answered because someone sent me a message and said that's Musa Ability District he's running.
Musa is District 7.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so you clarify that. Now the next question is that Mr. Cummings' team, is it the ANC team or the CPP
It's the CPP team. Mr. Cummings is the political leader and standard bearer of the CPP.
So we got to be clear. It's not an ANC campaign team. It's a CPP campaign.
Nope. But there's no ANC. ANC will not be on the ballot. It will be CPP on the ballot. So it is a CPP team. And at this point, CPP is ANC and Liberty Party. And I believe before 2023, we'll have other parties joining the CPP. So yes.
So the CPP, that's the campaign team, right?
It's not campaign because we're not in campaign.
Yeah, I understand.
23 team.
It's a 20. Okay, so you're trying to make it look better legally.
Not in campaign.
Yeah.
There's a road to 2023. I mean, you have the JMB tag team.
No, I understand. You gotta make it. You gotta make it very.
So this team will morph into the campaign team.
Oh. Okay, maybe we don't know. Okay, so but you also have Musa Ability as CPP chairman.
Correct.
Okay, so CPP chairman. Then you have Aloysius Stu as ANC
CPP.
chairman.
No, Aloysius is CPP Secretary General.
Aloysius Stu is CPP Secretary General.
Correct.
Then Musa Ability is CPP chairman.
Yeah.
Okay, so the team now going to work on the CPP leadership.
The team is the.
So where I got the senator?
Make it, I can answer my question back.
So the senator is the co-chair of the CPP. No, I know where you want to go. Senator Nathan is.
But listen, but I don't do this.
So, the SG of the Liberty Party, Marty Kola, is the deputy SG of the CPP. So Aloysius is the SG of the CPP, Martin is the deputy SG of the CPP. So Musa is the chair of the is the coach. You spent on there, I'll put you on the ring. Then I'll make you one.
No, really? You know what, Mariah? That's my uncle-in-law.
Exactly.
I didn't know till after one of the show, and he called his brother, and I said, I didn't know.
Okay, like small.
You wanted to send it.
Very small. And I went to the center. He said,
I was
That's my uncle-in-law. I didn't know that. So but that's how it is. I wish
you did
well.
a relationship metrics of Liberia, I mean, it's everybody's literally related. Or
I mean, they
know somebody, just 1 degree of separation.
So this is not everybody come from the same country. They were together in Mama Point, and I met him, but I didn't even know that I never met him. And I'm here blasting at him. Guess what happened? And he tell his brother, he said, "But that's the Stanton." They say, "Yeah, you called James. James, that's Stanton. Yeah, that's Lao husband. Yeah." He said, "But why you doing me like that?" I said, "But for me, you know." But anyway, listen, I wish him well, Mariah. That's a good thing. Like, we're gonna wait for Mr. Cummings. I have a lot of questions more concerning your program, and I believe that you guys are inviting the press.
Tuesday, 11 o'clock.
Yes, and I believe you guys inviting the press, but I have a lot of questions because what I saw yesterday on the photo, you guys were giving back motorbike. I think your motorbike you carry over there were more than what. You say you might black eye.
You need to stop.
I told you, let me go. I'm hungry.
No, see him, man.
Let me go. I'm hungry.
No, but it was four bikes. Matter of fact, currently we have 8 bikes in each of the districts in Nimba. So yes, so 4 bikes were given earlier.
And it shows that the VP coming from Nimba.
So it's 8 bikes in each of the 9 districts, and then 2 vehicles for the county. So yes.
No, so we understand that Mr. Cummings will be in America this month. Jeremiah Kuhn is coming to America too this month. And that's where I want to be.
I don't know where you took that from, but as far as I know, Kuhn is in Europe. So
Kuhn will be coming to America too this month. And that's a good renewal. You know, y'all need pre-Johnson out of the conversation. That's okay.
Yeah, you're still fishing. You're fishing.
No, I'm not. You see my own. I sit right here. I'm not.
No, but there's a lot of plans.
PRJ, I'm surprised. He can do anything in politics. I got PRJ guy, consistent, inconsistent. So anything he can do. Again, on the election time, again.
Mariah, you know, I would say congrats. Finally, it's out. You are the chief of staff to Mr. Cummings. That's a good thing. Thank you for going back. And I think you guys will try to bring in some.
Mariah heavy.
And I think you guys will bring some discipline.
This guy security detail all.
Somebody said that she says chief of staff will go ahead and start charging her. We'll go ahead and start charging her.
I will see Mariah.
She cannot come on the show for nothing now.
Somebody wants somebody to catch me in the corner and wear me.
Thank you, Brian. But so we will be on the show tomorrow. We got a lot, and I think Yeke Kolba. I don't know. Let me just keep quiet. But we'll be on the show.
No,
tomorrow.
But that post, you didn't put a post up, and the reason
I'm hungry.
No, but let me just say that post is not Yeke. That is not Yeke's page.
Seriously?
If you watch, it's not. If you look at that page, it has 9,000 persons, and it says just for fun. It's what they call satire. Even somebody post on that page, they talk about all type of foolish things. They do that with Madame Sharif. They do that with Josh Ria. They do that with Yeke. They do that. So several of those pages are on Facebook, and it's not Yeke's page. And that's why I wanted.
Yeke say it's not his page.
Hey man, Yeke ain't gotta say it. I can send you the post and the page.
We just gotta ask questions. It should come from Yeke though.
Okay, but they call Yeke and ask, but I know that it's not Yeke's page
Yeke
because
say
you
he's
can
not
see there
talking about me. I called him
it
this
says
morning. He
just
said he's
for
not talking about
fun.
me.
It's a satire. One of the page even talking about. I mean, look at the page. It's there. Kev knows that, and the interesting thing is the fact that Kev saw that post and even highlighted it shows that this is them again trying to do things to tie it to Mr. Cummings. That's a comedy page. Matter of fact, Yeke is not. It's barely ever on Facebook to post on Facebook. Yeke does his radio interviews and media engagements. Yeke is not a Facebooker like that, but that page is a comedy page. There's several pages where Yeke name, but that particular page is the one with the 9,000 views or likes or something.
Are you spokeswoman for
It is
Yeke?
a comedy page, and it says just for fun, and there's
So
several.
why can you call Yeke not to confirm? Call Yeke.
You can look at the
No,
reason
call
it
Yeke
was.
on the show.
No, she can call Yeke. Call
The
Yeke.
reason it's important to say that Kevin is because you're supposed to lie.
No,
You're
I'm gonna call
supposed to
Yeke.
lie.
We are
Okay,
not
call
calling
Yeke.
Yeke. No, we are not calling Yeke. Yeke and myself.
Tomorrow you put that post up. You bring that post. You put it up. Then we'll
bring
compare
Yeke
the
Call
other
Yeke.
post on that page.
Call Yeke.
Come on the show. Relax.
Actually, I'm a
Tomorrow
liar,
we'll bring
boy.
Yeke on. We'll bring Yeke on. Mariah, thank
And
you.
Yeke will repeat what he said on that post. He will repeat
Oh,
it.
they are lying.
Rufus,
Bye-bye.
sorry for taking your shoe
Good night,
away, man.
Rufus. Bye,
And
gentlemen.
thank you for hanging out. Bye, Mariah. Bye, Kefiko. Georgie, bye. Yeah.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Yes, I. A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon.
I think we can do the call and bless anybody next week. All right. All right, then. Bye-bye.
Spoon television.